Tonight, our agenda features a range of important topics. Here are some highlights. We will be discussing an order for special legislation to add 7 additional liquor licenses to the city. And we will also be considering a TIF, or tax increment financing, for a proposed project on Conn Street. Also, the mayor will introduce an administrative order creating a new department, the Climate and Action Project Administration. Today is the second day of Black History Month, and tonight before City Council is a resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. This item is being introduced as national news. Once again, shows us how far we as a nation still have to go around harms to Black residents. Before we convene, I ask for a moment of silence in memory of Tyree Nichols, who lost his life to police officers in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you. I now call the City Council to order. Laura, can you please call the roll?
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Gore.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. First thing on the agenda is some public hearing announcements. I'm going to let people know if they'd like to speak for public comment. You can start queuing up now by raising your virtual hand. This will take a minute to do here. We're announcing 2 public hearings. Announcement of a public hearing on item 22.200 National Grid Verizon poll petition for Barrett Street. Per Mass General Laws, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 16th. That's our next meeting at 7 p.m. on National Grid Verizon's petition to install 1 jointly owned riser pole and anchor on Barrett Street. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. There is a second announcement here. Announcement of a public hearing on the administrative order that will be introduced later this evening. By order of the City Council, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, February 16th, 2023 at 7:03 p.m. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on the February 16th, 2023 City Council agenda to be posted on the city website at least 48 hours to the meeting. A little congestion there. The City Council will consider proposed amendments to the City of Northampton's Administrative Code, Part 1, Administrative Organization, Section 2.0, Administrative and Finance Division to add 2.08 Climate Action and Project Administration Department, and 2, to amend 2.1 Office of the Auditor to transfer the position of Chief Procurement Officer from the Auditor's Office to the Climate Action and Project Administration Department. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. So both of those public hearings will occur at the start of our next council meeting in 2 weeks. Okay, next up is public comment. And let's see. All right. We definitely have people for public comment, and so I'm going to read my little preamble here. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature located on the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me and Councilor Foster. To ensure equal access, and because of open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for, and the chat function will only be available during public comment. We cannot accept public comment over chat. Private chat or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process, in violation of the council rules for public participation, and violates the spirit and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I was going to make a remark about having a 90-minute limit, but I don't, based on the hands I'm seeing so far, I think we're going to be okay. To ensure that everyone has equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 2 minutes. You are in no way obligated to use the full 2 minutes, but if you do, after 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. If you set your Zoom screen for gallery mode, you will see the blue sky timer indicating how much time each speaker has left to share their thoughts. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it is your time to speak. So while your comment should be directed to us, you will understand when we do not respond. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and do so with the recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. This meeting can also be watched on channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton's open media, YouTube, and other platforms. Okay. First up is we have Nan. Welcome, Nan. Are you
Hi,
there?
Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. I'm
Welcome.
calling can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm calling to strongly urge our mayor and city council to establish and fund a citywide reparations commission to investigate the historical and current effects of enslavement and racism against Black people in Northampton. I am a white woman who has lived and worked in Massachusetts all my life. I have seen racism and its effect in education and in every company I've ever worked for and at all levels. Sorry. The effects can no longer be denied, and it is long past time to act. I'm further asking the mayor and city council to follow the guidelines set out in the petition, which can be found by Googling a petition for reparations in Northampton, MA. Please sign if you've not already done so to show your support. I also wish to express my strong support for Northampton firefighters Local 108, who are currently negotiating with the city. Northampton firefighters have the highest call volume in Hampshire County with over 8,300 fire and ambulance-related calls per year. The Northampton Fire Department's ambulance generates $3.5 million for the city each year, yet members are paid up to 42% less than some of the surrounding communities. I am urging the mayor to support our first responders who are always there for us by providing equal pay for public safety. Their petition can be found by Googling Bridge the Gap petition. Please sign if you have not already done so to show your support. And again, the petitions can be found by Googling a petition for reparations in Northampton, MA, and Bridge the Gap petition. I also want to express my strong support of the mayor's move to create a climate action department and for the important work of the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition. I urge the city council to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Next up is Amy Kaling. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. My name is Amy Kaling. I live in Florence and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Northampton Association. I'm speaking tonight in support of two items: the order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 all alcohol liquor licenses and the order temporarily suspending certain ordinances to support renewed economic recovery. With respect to the 7 additional liquor licenses, I've watched over the past several years as the lack of available all alcohol liquor licenses has hampered growth of the downtown Northampton restaurant community. A shame anywhere, but especially in our city where restaurants have been an integral part of our downtown identity. As City Council is likely aware, there are at least 3 restaurants currently in Northampton who've been unable to secure all alcohol licenses, whether on the open market or through the lottery system. In addition, we've lost restaurants looking to open in Northampton because there were no all alcohol licenses available. While I acknowledge that obtaining these over quota licenses risks devaluing existing all alcohol licenses for those restaurants who purchased on the open market, I think the current downtown climate with empty storefronts, at least 8 of which are restaurant or cafe spaces, risks devaluing existing business values citywide. And at this particular moment in time, it creating an environment that makes it easier to welcome new restaurants to town. Maybe filling some of those empty storefronts would be a boost to everybody and feels desperately needed right now. With respect to the order temporarily suspending ordinances to support renewed economic recovery, I would note that outdoor dining in downtown Northampton has been a lifesaver for many of our restaurants. It's provided safe, welcoming spaces for our community to enjoy, not only those dining at our restaurants, but those enjoying the public outdoor seating areas. I fielded several phone calls already this year from community members wondering when outdoor dining would start, eagerly anticipating the season. I think the collaborative efforts of the city, downtown restaurants, neighboring retailers, and input from the DNA has created a wonderful system and a respectful, balanced approach to outdoor dining that benefits us all.
Nice job finishing your sentence. Thank you, Amy. Okay, next up, Bob Gardner. Let's see are you there, Bob?
I am. I just
Welcome.
unmuted.
You have the floor.
Okay. Well, first I want to thank you for having a moment of silence. That was an important thing to do. And the other thing I want to talk about is the Commission on Reparations and Slavery in Northampton. I strongly support that. I commend you for moving that forward. And I thank the sponsors that brought this to the City Council. So hopefully that is going to be a very important thing for the city. Well, that's about it. So I'll use a lot less than my 2 minutes, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bob. Next up, Joella. Are you there, Jada?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see
have
me?
the floor.
Oh, okay.
We don't see you, but we hear you.
Okay, they said you won't let me see you. All right. Hello, everyone.
We'd love to see you, but go ahead.
My name is Joella Tarbutton Springfield, but people know me as Jada, so thank you. And thank you for allowing me to be here. This is actually only my second time being in the City Council meeting, and my first time being on Zoom. I just want to also support the, petition for the reparations for the city. I was privileged to attend the webinar series, and I don't think I was able to respond because I think I was crying from start to finish. It was very powerful. And it was really the connection for what happened 100 years ago. And as I fast forward to what's going on with the situation in housing now. So therefore, I would ask and encourage this public, the city councils and the public to really focus here in this town with the public housing. Become aware and see what's going on. We're now being videotaped. If not, you can look at some of the previous videotape and see what's going on. Participate, be an eyewitness, be an advocate. And I also just have to say, and Jim Nash, I really want to thank you. You are, as I am a part of the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, and residents know you by first name. You have been over here. You have brought coffee and donuts and just talked to people. I think most residents in this particular building have your card. And so the very fact that you come here, so if I could encourage all these great city councilors, some I know, and also Jamila, she's been here several times, that people think she's a resident, but I would just like to encourage you to go to your neighborhood association in your wards and with the people in public housing. That's a start. So we can hopefully just be that. So we'll see what happens in the next 100 years. I think that's a start. And again, thank you. And my picture's gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella. Next up is Mahajoy Laufer.
Hi, everyone. Yes, my name's Maha Joy, and I'm from Northampton. I'm from Birds Pit Road, and I want to thank you all for having me here and giving me a chance to speak. And also, thank you to everyone else who's here, and good evening to you all. I also would like to support the Reparations Commission. I'm a Black person who's grown up in this area, and I have a lot of family who's also Black. But I think besides that, it's like, to me, it's part of being truthful to our history and about recognizing harms that have been done. And it's a first step. I think it's a great first step. I don't think it's the end of anything at all, but I think as long as we can get more conscious about what's going on in terms of race, why is Northampton so white? And why are people feeling like we can't talk about race or like the harms that racism has done? This could be an educational, political, social move for all of us to be more of a community and more diverse and more truthful and honest about our history. So I really support the mayor and the city council to take this up, and thank the people who brought this forward, the committee who has been working on this for so long. I really applaud them and think more needs to happen. I went to the Amherst Reparations group and saw that they were doing this last year, and at that meeting I was like, what about Northampton? And so I'm really happy that this is happening, and I hope this can happen as soon as possible. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you again, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next up is Ruthie. All right, why is it not? There we go. Did I unmute you, Ruthie? Are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thanks. I'm Ruthie Woodring, and I live in Florence. I also want to support the Commission for Reparations. I feel like a lot of people, white people, let me specify, many white people are in the back of their minds. They're like, or in the front of their minds, they're like, no, I don't know if I support reparations because I'm gonna have to give something up. And I've read that that's a really white people way of thinking, this like scarcity mentality. And we need to shift to abundance mentality. And I just want to appreciate people bringing this up and working on it, supporting it, because those are some healers in our community. The wounds, they hurt us all so deep. And so I want to appreciate people, healers. Also, I want to say a word about the traffic lights proposed around the high school. The thing about traffic lights is they're on all the time. No one turns them off after they're done using them. They'll shine all night long. So I want to give a shout out to the darkness and to say also that Black is beautiful.
Thank you, Ruthie. Okay, next up is, you moved. All right, Kathy Brown. Kathy, you have the floor, Kathy.
I
Well-
also am supporting the commissions on reparations. You know, I'm a white person, and I know that I've had many privileges that others have been denied. And I feel it's time to do something about that. And to start my video. Okay. So I totally support this initiative, and I think that we should include Black leadership in the decision about how to do the reparations. And that this is an important part of our awareness and making some progress on our hurts of the past. So I totally support this initiative. That's it.
Thank you, Kathy. Next up is Marisa. And thank you for the phonetics. That's great. I appreciate that.
Okay,
Marisa,
I think I have been able to unmute, and here is my video. Thank you so much.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am Marisa Brown Ludwig, and I live in Florence, Massachusetts. I am an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ and a member of NAACP in Greater Springfield. And I'm here to speak in support of the reparations resolution. I want to thank the Reparations Committee for deep, hard work that they have done and dedication in bringing this resolution forward. I grew up in New York City and Northern New Jersey, and I want to just speak to that context. I had a father who was very active in the civil rights movement in the late 50s and early 60s, and a mother who was a social worker. I lived and went to college in New York City in a multiracial environment, and I thought that I lived an anti-racist life. I did not see the ways in which I had access that my neighbors of color did not, even there. When I moved to Northampton in 1989, I thought that our town's progressive positions on LGBTQ rights and other social issues made us an overall more progressive town, and we do have those elements. I did, however, increasingly grow uncomfortable with the lack of cultural and racial diversity here. Census population data is reported in this resolution, but I just want to name that in America, Black Americans make up about 14% of our country, but in Massachusetts are at 7%, and some data is quotes Northampton as being at 2%. Now, these demographics alone compel me to ask how we are perpetuating a system that keeps large parts of this state and parts of our town in particular white. And I personally want to do something about that. I understand that how we got here is complex, and there's no easy fix for this. But with our track record on progressive social issues, Northampton may truly have the creativity and the courage here to be in the forefront of meaningful change in which Black neighbors can have full access to what is good about us and the ability to flourish like I have. I like this resolution because it will call us to work with Black and white partners together and to do the crucial work of aspects of healing, truth-telling, meaningful repair, making amends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please vote yes.
Okay, next up is Jackie Balance. Welcome, Jackie.
Good evening. I'm Jackie Balance from Bay State Village. I'm here to support the whole agenda tonight. Y'all have a very interesting night ahead. I want to say how grateful I am that COVID had this little silver lining that gave us a chance as residents of Northampton to meet our city officials face to face on Zoom. The council and many other committees and commissions, we've gotten to know each other. And I think that there is evidence that the people are being heard on tonight's agenda. The reparations resolution, as I understand it, was a grassroots effort, and it's an idea whose time has come and gone, and we're going to grab it now. The creation of a climate action department is the best thing that's happened since y'all passed the resilience and regeneration plan 2 years ago. I want to ask you to please continue remote participation in city meetings after the COVID emergency is over, because it offers us so much. It makes it so much easier for people to participate. I'd also throw a word out following Nan to support our hunky firemen. Some of them, a truckload of them, took me to the hospital once, and I was very, very grateful. Final thing, item on the agenda 10D number 23242, an order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 licenses for the sale of all alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises. I'd like you to change the word drunk to consumed. It just doesn't sound right to put the word drunk in an alcoholic beverages ordinance.
Thank you, Jackie.
Mhm.
Next up is Adele. Welcome, Adele.
Thank you. Adele Franks. I live in Florence, and I'm here to speak about in favor of 2 things. One is the Reparations Commission resolution, whose time has definitely come. And the other is I'd like to speak in favor of the mayor's proposed administrative order to establish a new department of climate action and project administration. I am very grateful to the mayor for listening so carefully to some of us from the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition and for giving our ideas careful consideration. I think that this new department will unify Northampton's policies and procedures and purchases in accordance with our climate goals so that all parts of the city are in fact working in concert, and will bring new emphasis and accountability to our climate goals by adding staff and prominence to the goals. And I hope that you will give this proposal unanimous support after the February 16th hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adele. Okay, next up is Michael McSherry. Did I unmute you? Michael, I think you're unmuted.
I am. I'm just trying to, oh, there, get the
There
video.
you go. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. Michael McSherry, I live in Florence, and I'm the senior minister of Edwards Church, which is named for Jonathan Edwards. About 200 years ago, not quite, but almost 200 years ago, 99 members of First Churches withdrew from First Churches with the permission and blessing of that church to form a new church because the congregation had grown too big to fit in the same building all on Sunday. That's how we got started. I have no idea how they picked the name, but I do know and I believe this, and I'm only here tonight to talk about the reparations issue because of my work. The Christian tradition that I live and breathe and teach and preach about holds that our relationship with other human beings and our relationship to the divine are interdependent. We can't be in right relationship with the Holy One if we're not in right relationship with our fellow humans. Among the benefits I see from engaging in a citywide study regarding reparations is increased awareness, even here in Northampton, increased awareness of the continuing effects of past acts, of historical acts, and a greater awareness of all the ways in which racial justice still remains so far from being fully realized. And I believe that if we become more aware of those continuing effects of past practice, past acts, and more aware of the many ways in which our neighbors of color remain burdened in ways that white folks aren't, I believe we cannot help but decide on further action. So please pass the resolution unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Kelly. Oh, did I unmute the wrong person? Let's see. I do.
No, it's me. You got me.
Okay, I got you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Silliman. I live on unceded Nipmuc and Pecumtuck land in Leeds, and I work in Northampton on a street named after someone who participated in slavery here. I'm a dance artist, an arts administrator, a volunteer organizer with Western Mass Showing Up for Racial Justice, a regular voter, and a mom of 4. I moved to Northampton 12 years ago, and when I researched the area in advance, I was thrilled. On paper, it was a perfect fit. And then I got here and I was surprised at how often people's actions didn't match their words, especially when it came to social justice topics. There was a culture here of assuming that we're the most advanced or that we know best, and it often prevents us from working for justice. I was really lucky to grow up in a very diverse school district where we learned actual American history. And so it never occurred to me to question the need for reparations until I moved here and realized that even in the most liberal, progressive bastion of the Northeast, where people are so proud of their values, there was still an enormous amount of resistance to even acknowledging the harm that white supremacy culture has caused for all people. There was often disinterest, even from well-meaning people who I love. But reparations are needed locally and nationally to reckon with the legacy of 400 plus years of racial injustice and white supremacist violence in the United States. Northampton has come a long way in the past few years since George Floyd was murdered, and I'm encouraged to see City Council discussing this reparations resolution. I see reparations as a part of repaying the debt owed to Black and Indigenous people for the taking of lives, land, culture, freedom, and resources. For anyone out there who's still questioning the need for reparations work here, please check out Historic Northampton's website or look up redlining in the Valley. Northampton has been a leader on so many fronts and has the potential to be a leader in acknowledging and working toward repair for the harm perpetuated here during and after legal slavery. It's long overdue, and I hope City Council will pass this resolution unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, next up is Susan.
Yep, here I am.
Welcome, Susan.
Hi there.
You have the floor.
Thank you. For some reason, my video is not enabled. Is that on your end?
Okay. I don't think it's on our end.
Got it. Yep. Okay. There
you
go.
are.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm Susan Taberge, and I live at 319 Rocky Hill Road in Florence. And I'm primarily here to speak about the mayor's proposal for a new climate office. But I also want to say that addressing white supremacy and racism is central in every possible way. And until we address that, we won't be able to address anything else. And I'm really happy that this is happening in Northampton. It is the whitest place I've ever lived. And I certainly think that it would be incredible to make this a really welcoming community. And anyway, that those of us who aren't on that working group right now can get involved, please let us know. So beyond that, what I'd like to say is that we deeply appreciate the way that the mayor has worked with those of us in the community that have been really passionately advocating for this this new office and this new role. And I know that the mayor, the timing was wonderful because we have a mayor who is passionately committed to doing this work. And it has really been wonderful, a really positive example of grassroots and government working together. You don't see it that much. And very quickly, what I want to highlight is a quick bit of history that Climate Action Now, about a year ago this fall, decided, hey, let's get a group going in Northampton. I'm kind of new to Northampton myself, and I was excited to address the climate emergency. And we quickly gathered folks from the Unitarian Society and Mothers Out Front, XR, a number of other groups, and everybody came together. We collaborated, and we are so thrilled with the results. It's only been about 8 or 9 months we've been working on this. So very, very exciting. And yes, and cities are very important in addressing the climate emergency. So we're serving as an example for everyone. And thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, next up is Andrea. Welcome.
Yes, Andrea, can I start my video?
You can start your video and you can start, you
Good.
have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm Andrea Reber. I'm on Franklin Street in Northampton, and I want to thank especially counselors. Oh, I'm a member of the Northampton Reparations Committee. And I want to thank Counselors Gore, Perry, and Elkins for vastly improving on the Northampton Reparations Committee's resolution and then introducing it tonight. So I just want to say a couple of things about why we need reparations and why the six of us, seven of us now, spent 2 years working on bringing forward a resolution. And I want to mention Historic Northampton's research project on slavery in Northampton. Someone alluded to it a little bit ago, but it is a beautiful and painful compilation of all that is known about enslaved individuals by name here in Northampton. It also names their enslavers, and Michael McSherry talked about Jonathan Edwards being one, and he enslaved 3 people whose names were Venus, Leah, and Rose. And I urge you to read about their lives and the lives of so many other people who were enslaved here on Historic Northampton's website. Also, many of our streets are named after families who held slaves. Strong Avenue, Pomeroy Terrace, Stoddard, Henshaw, and many others. Although our own ancestors may not have been, oh my gosh.
That was your time. You got one more quick sentence?
I want to quote Dr. David Ragland, founder of the Truth Telling Project. The system has taught you that your money is yours, but it's not. Don't think of reparations as charity. It's what you owe. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Next up is Corky. Welcome. Did I unmute you? Here we go.
Okay, unmute.
There you go. All right, you're in.
And
Welcome.
can I start my video? Yes.
Yes,
I can't start my video. Okay. My name is Corky Klimzak, and I currently reside in Deerfield, but my family lived in Northampton for 20 years. Our 2 kids are both proud Northampton natives, and my husband and I continue to have strong ties to Northampton through our active membership in the Unitarian Society of Northampton and Florence, where I'm a member of the racial justice team. This team works to help our congregation learn about and take accountable action to address the systemic harms caused by racism and other forms of oppression. These harms are not all in the past, as many of us were raised to believe. Ongoing racism continues to cause harm and pain to Black and Brown people everywhere, every day. Over time, I've also come to understand the many harmful effects of racism on white people. I urge you to vote to establish a study commission on reparations, not only to consider how best to redress harm to Black and Brown people, but also to promote the healing of racial harms throughout the Northampton community. Everyone will benefit from the wise action that it is before you to take. I've personally benefited from the system of white privilege in many ways. And if you haven't examined your own family's history in relation to enslavement, I urge you to do so. I was surprised to discover that one of my ancestors, proudly described to me as a signer of the Declaration of Independence, was also likely the largest single slave owner at the time of the American Revolution. I feel a personal commitment to reparations because of this history. You, on the other hand, represent a whole community that has benefited from the free labor of enslaved people and continued oppression throughout its history. So it seems to me that you especially should be strongly committed to taking collective action on reparations for the benefit of everyone you represent. I urge you to take such action today and be among the very few communities in the United States that have the courage and foresight to address the challenging issue of reparations head on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Stephen. Are you able to unmute, Stephen?
Yes, 1 second.
Welcome. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I'm calling in particular to commend the mayor's office for interest in starting this climate action department. I know there'll be discussion on the 16th, but I'm not sure I'll be able to be present at the meeting. I work with farmers on climate change adaptation here. Some of these farms are in the city of Northampton. And I particularly hope that our food system will be an important focus of the climate action department because the farmers are under so much stress. And I think if they can feel that they are part of a more collective action to support their work and to keep us fed, I think it'll go a long way to helping them do this hard work of, on the ground, in your face adaptation. So once again, I commend the mayor's office for the interest in forming this action department. May it be swift.
Thank you. We didn't get your last name and city or town. Oh, did you? Here, I'll ask you to unmute again. Let's see. There you go.
I thought it was on my screen. My last name is Taranto, Taranto. I live on Riverside Drive in Florence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
good
great
evening.
night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Jacqueline's iPhone.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline McCraner. I live in Ward 3. I respectfully urge the councilors to prioritize revisiting the pair of 2013 zoning ordinances, URB, uses by right, and zero reduced lot line. Council President Nash wrote this excellent letter published by the Gazette in June 2013, which states the crux of the issues. During my time on the Zoning Revisions Committee, the citizens of Northampton were loud and clear about sustainability and infill development. They were open to residential zoning changes as long as the character of their neighborhood would remain unchanged. Sadly, the zoning package being considered by the City Council lacks the safeguards citizens demanded. Yes, the average property owner, those of you who own 1 to 4 family homes, will be offered greater latitude around additions to structures and use. However, this same latitude will be extended to developers and larger commercial infill projects, a fact largely omitted during public forums held by the Office of Planning and Development. What is missing from this package are design standards, regulations that ensure that when development occurs, it adheres to our urban streetscape and neighborhood sensibilities. Such regulations are even more important for larger projects. Roadways should not be setbacks. Structures should not be built on parking lots. Walkways should be required. City blocks should be encouraged. Northampton urban development should look like the Northampton we love, not a collection of townhouses on parking lots in anywhere USA. Our Office of Planning and Development has had its opportunity to allay citizen concerns, but has chosen to minimize impacts rather than present real solutions. Instead of learning from past infill mistakes, this zoning pretends the problems never existed. There is a few more paragraphs, but I'll end here, and I would just like to respectfully urge the council to support the reparations resolution and the new Climate Action and Project Administration Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Next up is Dan Kennedy. Welcome, Dan.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Dan Kennedy. I am a resident of Northampton, and I am speaking on behalf, or not on behalf, in favor of the proposed reparations panel. I think that what this has the potential to do is really important. Not only does it bring us back again to the forefront, working on racial justice, which is something that we can do. We have a history of doing that in this city, and it's important to continue that. But it also helps us set up a model for how we look at other groups who have also been marginalized, oppressed. We haven't, this resolution and this process is, specifically geared towards people who were enslaved, typically Black or Afro-descendant individuals, but that doesn't start to talk about Indigenous and Native populations, which also experience very similar living experiences. We can talk about the fact that there's still an ongoing genocide against those people by way of their exclusion in most US systems. And so going through the process, having a panel that looks at the history of not just enslaved individuals or how they've been excluded from, how they were early excluded from economic participation, but how they were also, or how they also continue to be excluded is really important. And then you take that process and you can apply it to other marginalized groups. So I applaud this, I support it, and I can't wait to see what happens. So thank you all, and thank you to everyone who put their effort into making this happen as well.
Thank you, Dan. Next up is Judy. Welcome, Judy.
Hello.
Hello. You have the floor. Are you able to turn your video
Start
on?
your video. Because the host has stopped it. Start my video. There we go.
There you go.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Judy Wish. I live on Olive Street in Northampton, and I'm here today as a representative of the Reparations Working Group of Congregation B'nai Israel. Wanted to make sure that City Council knew that there was folks at a Jewish institution in this town who have been studying and learning for more than the past 2 years around this topic, and have recently presented a proposal on our Jewish institution setting itself up to pay local reparations. This has started a number of community conversations and house meetings that we'll have that will address the question why reparations, and really hopefully turning over the ground to help support what will hopefully be happening in Northampton with the creation of a reparations commission. So we are in support. Thank you for considering and supporting this reparations commission resolution. And thank you also to the Northampton Reparations Committee for their work and support. That's it.
Thank you, Judy. Next up is Dick Evans.
Hey, Mr. President, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dick Evans of Florence. I know you're probably tired of hearing from me, so I'll be short. I am actually. 2 weeks ago, the council passed the cannabis cap, ostensibly at the call of the health commissioner, although that wasn't the purpose asserted when it was introduced. And its real purpose has never been made clear. And now I see from your agenda that you're about to ask the legislature to expand the availability of a different drug in Northampton, namely alcohol, notwithstanding overwhelming evidence and common knowledge that the more outlets, the more alcohol outlets there are in a community, the worse the consequences in terms of health and crime and violence. Isn't this blatant hypocrisy? If you vote to expand the availability of alcohol in Northampton, you'll be sending a message that Northampton City Council believes booze to be safer than cannabis. That message is not only false, it's dangerous, especially to those impressionable young people you claim to be worried about with the cannabis cap. So I'm asking you to be consistent. If your concern about the public health was enough to pass the cannabis cap, then surely your concern about public health should be enough to defeat this proposal. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dick. Next up is Carolyn Oppenheim. All right, where is the, there it is. Are you there, Carolyn?
I am.
Welcome.
Can you
Are
see
you-
me?
We can't see you yet.
Well, it
And-
asked me to unmute. Oh, that's not. Unable to start video. Oh, that's because you have to do it, Jim.
Laura's been doing it, so maybe Karen can help out. There you go. We have you on video. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Oppenheim. I live on Montview Avenue, downtown Northampton, across the street from my neighbor, Council President Jim Nash. And it's fun to be in this situation. I'm a member of the Northampton Reparations Committee, and so of course I'm here to support that. And to, as Andrea Reber said, I share her gratitude to the 3 city councilors who did such a phenomenal job in reworking the resolution, and grateful for their support. Quickly, I'll just say that I am a great supporter also of the new climate department the mayor wants. I think that is incredibly important, and our city is really hot, so I'm excited about that. When you talked about all those empty storefronts, I had this fantasy that we would get grants and get help, and we would find Black business owners to fill all those storefronts. And then I read in the New York Times that Black people are leaving New York because the real estate is out of sight and they can't afford, and they want to live in family-oriented communities. And I thought, well, we're a lot cheaper than New York. We may be expensive for part of Western Mass, but some of those Black New Yorkers might want to come here if they knew that we were on a roll to be a welcoming city and bring in business, and they wouldn't have to come in as tokens. And so I'm pretty excited to think about how we can make this work. And I just have this vision of our being, in a couple of years, of a very diverse city that people want to come, and it will all flourish, and our kids will really benefit from it in the schools. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank
Okay.
you, Jim.
You're welcome. Next up, Sarah Patterson.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I speak in favor of the resolution on a commission for reparations, and I also support the mayor's interest in creating a department to look into environmental sustainability. I thank the councilors Perry, Gore, and Elkins for sponsoring the resolution. Of course, folks know that Northampton community members are increasingly raising questions about Black residents' quality of life, including the extent to which this group has experienced racially motivated harm, and our potential for a citywide campaign for reparations. I think that a commission and a funded form of redress would help to answer these questions and promote economic and educational successes for not only existing, but also future Black community members. I want to call a name. Her name is Bathsheba Hull. In the 1740s, the local municipality dispossessed Bathsheba, a free Black woman, of her home so that a white American with interests in starting a company could build personal and economic success. Her husband, Lee, was perpetually warned out or forced out of town and denied access to residency. These are early examples of the systematic breakdown of a Black family that we can only imagine was extended to others who tried to start a family here and own property here. I now draw from the 2020 American Community Survey, part of the U.S. Census Bureau. It tells us that of over 500 Black people, 26% are married, 5.7% are widowed, 17% are divorced, and 50% have never been married. Unmarried Black people, such as myself, are more likely to be renters than to live in an owner-occupied or self-owned housing unit. And of those housing units here, about 41% are renter-occupied. We know this is a family, a city of families of over 6,000 families. And for couples who have 4 kids or more in their household, 27% live below poverty, and for women who are single, 55% of those people live below poverty. I'm not suggesting everyone will own a home, but I am suggesting we can help renters, we can help Black women who are single and who take care of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, next up is Eric. Where'd you go? Oop.
Hi, thank you. Eric Broadbent. I live in Florence. And I'll try to be brief because most of what I have to say has already been said. Last week, I had the pleasure and privilege of attending a forum on why reparations, why Northampton, and why now. And I heard the amazing wisdom of 3 community leaders give their answers and their thoughts. And I'm so pleased to know that there is a resolution to establish a commission, which will, we hope, also listen and learn and have their answers to these questions, develop them over time. We as white people will benefit. And that is the amazing thing. We think of this as a financial transaction, but it is so much more. It is a human capital and human spirit transaction. If we fully embrace the promise of reparations, we will all be better for it. I also had the privilege and pure enjoyment of working on the Northampton Coalition and Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition. And we developed a process by which we listened to other climate leaders in other towns in the state and heard their recommendations on such an endeavor. And I'm so pleased to see all of them, or almost all of them, embodied in the mayor's pronouncement to establish a climate action and project administration department. We can't wait to start working with the mayor and that department on what we can do. We as citizens have a lot to say about what happens in Northampton on both of these fronts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. I'm going to ask folks that don't have the floor and are not counselors to turn your video off. And let's see, we have, is it Bert or Bertie? I'm sorry if I screwed it up. Ask to, oh, all right.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hi there.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Bertie Isler. I live on Round Hill Road. I have been in the Valley since 1980. I taught in Amherst. I taught in New York City, which is where I'm from. I agree with many of the things that were said in support of the reparations resolution. I won't repeat them, but what I would like to add is that I have watched, I've loved living in the Valley for many reasons, because the richness of the 5 colleges and because it's considered a political pocket. But I also feel that as a white person and as a teacher in the schools, that there has been a lot of white flight when the demographics change in the community. And I feel like an onion, progressive white people need to peel away the onion and look at what they are ignorant of only because of our institutions that perpetuate white supremacy. So I'd like to say that the Sojourner Truth School is one place where I have been a participant and also a donator. And I would like to invite my white progressive colleagues, friends, to take a look at their February offerings. And I want to thank everybody on the Reparations Committee. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Bertie. Next up is Kaya.
Good evening. My name is, oh, thank you. My name is Kaya Goldman. I live in Florence. I am grateful, counselors, for your leadership and service to our community. And I am offering comment in support of the Commission for Reparations. Thank you for prioritizing this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Noah.
Thank you. Good evening. Just getting my video started. I'll say that my name is Noah T. Weiner. I live in Ward 1, and I'm also speaking in support of the Commission for Reparations. And I just wanted to speak as a small business owner of a company that adopted a reparations framework in 2018, and just say that that experience has been very positive. It's allowed our company to really transform who we are and how we work. And I think that it's made us more powerful and more effective in what we do. So kind of agreeing with what others have shared, that I think that this is about responding to history and present needs, and it's also about the possibility of liberation for white people from white supremacy. And I think that it's a real opportunity for all of us to achieve collective liberation. So I'm excited about it, both for our Black neighbors and other neighbors of color. And I'm also excited about it for us as white people, including this kid. So thank you very much for all the work that you do, and excited for the leadership that our city is offering in the state and the country.
Thank you, Noah. Next up is Jess. Welcome, Jess.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I want to speak in support of the Commission on Reparations. First, I want to thank the Reparations Committee for the work they have done on such an important topic. I am a new Northampton resident, and I live downtown on Masonic Street, and I'm coming from larger, diverse cities. And I was so excited to hear that reparations are being brought to the table as a way to combat the white supremacy water we swim in. I am a new professor at Smith College, and I research and teach about climate change biology. And with that hat on, I want to say that there is no climate justice without racial justice. And if you want to know more on that topic, please read work by Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, Leah Thomas, or by learning about the history of environmental justice and intersectional environmentalism. The fact that we are discussing reparations at a city council meeting makes me proud to be a Northampton resident. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jess. Next up is Prakash.
Hi, I'm Prakash Lofer. My wife and I have lived in Florence since 1986. We've raised 5 daughters here, 4 who are all now grown women, 4 of whom are Black women. And I've always been proud to be part of Northampton especially when they take the initiative as the Commission on Reparations. I think it would be a wonderful thing to be setting an example for the country. I've been inspired by the work done in Amherst. I have 3 grandchildren in Amherst and 2 in Northampton. And I think it's long past time that we moved in this direction. It's an important part of the healing that we need as a community and a society. Just a small step, but an important one. Things have been said about the importance of liberation, the importance of acknowledging the white supremacy that surrounds us, are all things that we are aware of and exploring. And I'm grateful to have a chance to speak with you. I'm currently working with Jamila on her campaign. I'm currently the treasurer for Jamila Gore's campaign, and proud to see her taking this initiative of establishing the Commission on Reparations. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sierra. Please correct me when I mispronounce names.
Thank you. My name is Kiara Cosby, and I just wanted to say I do support Northampton's efforts toward atonement for Black residents in Amherst. I'm a descendant of both free and enslaved Black American ancestors. I was raised in Springfield, Massachusetts. Yep. And my family has actually owned a business in Northampton for more than 20 years, one of the only Black American owned radio stations in the country. And I believe that true reparations is on the federal level, and that any municipal effort, it must be additive to the success of the federal claim and not take away from it. And I also want to say that this effort must center Black American descendants of chattel slavery in America. It must center those voices. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Laurel. Welcome, Laurel. Are you
Sorry,
able to?
I was muted. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Laurel Carangelo, and I live on Hockenham Road near downtown. And I want to talk on supporting the Commission for Reparations. And just for us, one of the speakers in the information session was just talking about Black abolitionists who are formerly enslaved people starting this movement of reparations from way back, and people in so many cities and are starting this as a way to kind of contribute to the federal effort. And it's a great opportunity for us to be part of that really needed process. And I absolutely agree that the commission should be, we should have the commission, and the commission should be should be centering Black folks, formerly people who have that ancestry of enslavement. And yeah, so thank you so much for the time and the attention to it. And that's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Gwendolyn.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Gwendolyn Green. I've been in Northampton for about 5 years now. I'm a member of St. John's Episcopal Church. And I just wanted to thank the Reparations Committee for bringing this issue of affordable housing to the floor. I'm often asked to participate in meetings so they will have diversity. And I generally say, have more affordable housing and you won't have a problem with diversity. So I just want to thank everyone. And I just want to shout out that this Sunday at St. John's Church at 11:30 a.m., we'll be continuing the conversation about racial justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Okay. I'm going to look at the agenda here to see what's coming up next. I don't see any more raised hands. Public comment, announcements. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your public comment tonight. And I'm seeing no more hands. So the next thing on the agenda is announcements from counselors and the mayor. So I open the floor to counselors and the mayor with any announcements. The mayor is shrugging. Oh, the mayor's got something. Go ahead, Mayor.
Good evening, everyone. I hate to jump in before counselors, so I was waiting it out.
Go ahead. They were hesitant.
Okay. I just want to make sure that people know that we have warming centers open, so it's going to be very, very cold this weekend. So I just want everyone to know that There are warming centers. So Manna is, we are partnering with Manna. Manna is open from 9 to 3, usually Monday through Thursday. This week on Friday and Saturday, they will be open. So this is at St. John's Church on Elm Street. So Friday and Saturday, they will also be open from 9 to 4 and Sunday from noon to 4. As always, the Northampton Police Department is open 24/7, and individuals are always welcome to warm up in the lobby there. And the Northampton Senior Center is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, and people are welcome to warm up there. But this is, huge thanks to Manna, who is partnering with us this weekend and providing extra time that they'll be open and available for people who need to get warm. So that was a lot of information. You can go to the city's website, and all those locations and times are also on the website, or feel free to call the mayor's office tomorrow if you have any questions or need that information. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, did you mention that the cot shelter will also be opened? I heard from Alan that it will be open and nobody will be turned away.
Yes, thank you. That as well on Center Street.
All right, counselors, I have announcements. Don't make me, I'm going to hop in front of you. Okay, here I go. I mentioned this last time. There's a regional agricultural conference. It's going to be this Saturday, February 4th from 9 a.m. to noon. The doors open at 8:30. It's at Smith Vocational and Agricultural. And it's in the school library. It's featuring 3 different speakers. There's Nate Frigard with Crimson and Clover Farms. There's Jessica Glover with Massachusetts Apiary. She's an apiary inspector. And then there's Jessica Disick with Maple-Line Farm. So all of these folks will be speaking. And I attended this a few years ago. It was great. It was very informative, and they have delicious donuts. Any other announcements? Councilor Foster.
Yeah, I have 2 save the date announcements. Ward 2 is the new home of a Ukrainian family that left Ukraine shortly after the war started. And to save the dates, Monday, March 13th, we're planning a fundraiser at the Florence Civic Center that evening where folks can learn a bit more about how they can support families living in Ukraine through this very difficult winter, as well as families who are living right here in Northampton. And on Sunday, March 19th, there will be a fundraising dodgeball tournament. I love dodgeball at All Sport. So save the dates, and I will be back with more details closer to the time, but just wanted to get that information out there.
Are they looking for teams?
There will be, yes, there will be a call for teams and participation. I'm still waiting on the exact time and details, but Sunday, March 19th for that. And at the Civic Center, it'll be a short documentary screening put together by another Ward 2 resident, and kind of more informal question and answer opportunities, as well as learning how to support families in Ukraine.
Excellent.
We're going to need a city council team, right?
Yeah, that's what I was implying.
Oh, yeah, there needs to be a city council dodgeball team.
Any other announcements? All right, I just got one more. I want to send out a special thank you to the East Hampton City Council, who invited Councilor Foster and I over there last night to observe the way they run their hybrid meetings, and they have a very nice system. And also this is a hint, they rely heavily on their committees. Their meeting was done in 24 minutes. I don't hold that expectation here, but they directed a lot of their stuff to committee. So anyway.
But are there donuts?
No, there wasn't. They didn't have time for donuts. Okay. No other announcements? Okay. We don't have any presentations, correct, Mayor? Although you will be presenting your administrative order a little later, right? Okay. All right, so now we're on to the consent agenda. So just to take note that Laura has already requested that the minutes be removed from this, and they're actually not even attached to the agenda. So anyway, so I'll read through. We have the minutes of January 19th, 2023. Laura's requested that be removed. We have item 22.223, in order to appropriate CPA funds for Connecticut River Greenway multi-use trail. We have item 22.224, in order to appropriate CPA funds for DAR house electrical upgrades. We have item 23.225, in order to appropriate CPA funds to Downtown Affordable Housing Creation Project. We have 22.226, in order to appropriate CPA funds to Leeds Affordable Housing Creation Project. We have 23.227, in order to appropriate CPA funds for exterior structural rehabilitation of NCMC. 23.228, in order to appropriate CPA funds for exterior structural rehabilitation of Smith Charities Building. We have 23.229, in order to appropriate CPA funds for Rocky Hill Greenway multi-use trail. 23.230, in order to appropriate CPA funds for Habitat for Humanity affordable housing on Burke's Pitts Road. 23.231, in order to appropriate CPA funds to acquire 229 acres in the Sawmill Hills. 23.232, in order to appropriate CPA funds to the Affordable Housing Fund. 23.233, in order to appropriate CPA funds to the Conservation Fund. And then 23.236, appointment to Elected Officials Compensation Advisory Board. This is for referral to city services. The name is Deborah Henson, and that is the consent agenda. Any requests for removals? I don't see any other requests. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
And so that was made by Councillor Moulton, seconded by Councillor Jarrett?
Harry, I believe.
Perry. And Councillor Moulton, could you add removal of the minutes to that motion?
Yes, move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the minutes.
Okay.
I will still second that.
Excellent. Okay. So we have the motion in order. There's no discussion on the consent agenda. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Her computer is frozen, I believe.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda has been approved. I am not going to reread all of those items. All right, next, financial orders. We have item 23.235, in order to reprogram funds for energy control upgrades at the police station. I'll read it. It's so wonderfully brief. Where did it go? Come on. Loading up. Okay. ordered that $7,500 from the Senior Center Energy Control account be reprogrammed for the purpose of energy control upgrades at the police station. And Mayor, I believe you're here to speak to this.
I am actually, well, actually, I'm gonna punt it to Director Nardi, who has the
Okay.
details on this one.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, Director McCarthy is asking for $7,500 to do energy control upgrades at the police station. These are replacing controllers that are no longer manufactured. Last year or a year and a half ago, they proactively replaced these at the senior center as well. And they are taking the same proactive approach and replacing the ones at the police station. There are controllers in other buildings that are similar, and the ones that they're replacing at the police station will temporarily be some leftover inventory or inventory in stock in case in other buildings until we get through them, we have some backups. So he is requesting the transfer of this money for this new purpose.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions?
Yes.
Somebody raising, Counselor Maori.
Yeah, so Director Nardi, what the energy controls, what was the issue that they can't be replaced or they can't be serviced, or?
They're no longer manufactured, so yes, they can't be replaced. We can't purchase new ones. So we're doing energy upgrades to the whole, I guess the system is how it's explained to me, because the controllers can't be replaced. And the reason it's coming from the senior center, this was asked to do the senior center, which is about $7,500, but the money was in error taken last fiscal year out of a budget, the central services budget, instead of using this capital project account. And so therefore, Director McCarthy is asking for it to be reprogrammed so he can do the same work at the police station that they did at the senior center.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes, I'd like to move this to the consent agenda. You're looking at an upgrade here, and this is absolutely necessary. We're hearing that there's no longer manufacturing involved in this anymore. And we're looking at our police station, which is very important that we go ahead and take the $7,500 and do what is right.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Labarge and seconded by Counselor Jarrett to have this item placed on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster. Yeah, okay.
Still frozen.
All right. Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
And Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, that item has been sent to the consent agenda at our next meeting. It's item 23.235 in order to reprogram funds for energy control upgrades at the police station.
Thank
Next
you.
up, 23.241 in order to approve a certified project and TIF for property within the Con Street Economic Opportunity Area. My computer's running slow tonight. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Hey, Mayor. Yeah, so Rankin Holdings LLC is hoping, we're hoping you're asking for approval of a TIF for this project.
Yes, so there is a lot. We tried to put a lot of information into the order to make it clear to folks. So first, I just want to start and thank the council for your thoughtful participation on Tuesday for the joint meeting with the two school districts as we kind of enter into budget season. You know, as you heard on Tuesday night, the investment and the time that we've put into economic development has been paying off, and that local non-property tax, so excise and local option revenue sources are really critical, as well as any new growth. So you know, that's logical. We know that we can't raise our largest source of revenue, which is property tax, more than 2.5%. So increases need to come from elsewhere. So not only do we need to account for the increases we have annually with contract steps and annually compounding COLAs and negotiated contracts for personnel, we also have the same inflationary increases everyone has. And as you heard on Tuesday, we're also estimating a 6% increase on health insurance, which is our largest non-operational expenditure. So the only way that we can manage to give the school districts a 4% increase and meet our other increased expenditures is because of these other revenue sources. So again, I want to wholeheartedly thank the council for all the support you've shown around economic development work that we've been focusing on. And I just sort of wanted to start with that introduction and kind of set the table for quite a few items that are on this agenda. And just give you that thanks. So this is about a TIF. I want to thank Councillor Gore, who came to a meeting about this project with Mr. Gallaraff. So I want to thank her for her participation in that, and so she has like a little bit of an advance on you all with knowing about this project. But so this is, as the council president said, the owner of Rankin Holdings, Mansour Galbaf. He owns the Hotel Northampton and built and owns the Fairfield Inn on Conn Street. So he purchased the Gazette building on Conn Street and is working on a plan to build an extended stay hotel in that location, as well as 2 additional buildings that will be retail and or restaurants. This will be a very significant redevelopment of that lot in that area, which will very greatly increase the value of the property and therefore the taxes to the general fund. And it'll also add to our hotel motel excise tax, and if there is a restaurant, to our meals tax. These additional hotel rooms also help us build back some of the rooms we've lost and have been operating without since the Clarion Hotel was demolished and Atwood Drive was created. So when the Clarion was open, the city actually had a hotel inventory of 547 rooms. That the inventory right now stands at only 331 rooms. I think this is really important for a couple of reasons. Of course, the economic argument is that if there's more hotel tax with more rooms, and there are also other economic advantages to having those rooms here in Northampton. Since we've lost that much inventory, we are losing guests to other communities like Hadley, and therefore we're losing other business as well. Because when people don't stay here in Northampton, they take other parts of their business elsewhere too. So restaurants, shopping. I also think it's really important because our scarcity of hotel rooms has coincided and I think encouraged the growth of the short-term rental market here in Northampton, which has very greatly impacted our residential rental market. As we all know, our residential rental market is extremely tight. There are very few vacancies, and rents have risen beyond what many people can afford here. So this new development will provide 109 new hotel rooms and increase that inventory. So on to now talking what a TIF actually is. It stands for tax increment financing, and the increment part is kind of critical to understanding what it does. It reduces the property tax by a percentage only of the difference between the improved value of the commercial property and the original value. So that is the increment, that difference. It's not on the entire tax value, but it's a percentage of that difference. It's an economic development tool for commercial improvements, which have had significant appreciable new growth gains. And since we are just talking about that increment, which is the amount difference between the previous unimproved and the improved value. So it is not the entire value. It's a relatively small cost for a large gain because it's just that increment that can help make a project financially feasible. And importantly, potentially allows for leveraging state tax credits and other favorable financing for a project. So as we all know, this is a really challenging time to build things. Supply costs are up and supply availability is still really tough. So this is sort of a small amount to help make this project happen. So on to sort of the specifics about this project. So the current unimproved value assessment for that property, the former Gazette building, is $4.25 million. The improvement with the demolition of the Gazette building and the building of the hotel. So again, there are three buildings on this property that are planned. So with the removal of the current building and the building of just the hotel, it's estimated to increase the value to $6 million. So meaning that first increment would be $1.75 million, so $1.75 million difference. Then with the further improvements to the property, with the additional 2 retail restaurant buildings built over the next 2 years, the value is estimated to increase from then $6 million to $8 million and then to $9 million. So the way that this TIF is structured calls for a 75% reduction on that first 1.75 million increment for that first sort of critical year when the project is really deep in construction of the main building and the value is actually at the lowest of the improved value. Then in the second year, that percentage reduces from 75 to 50 as the value increases to 8 million. And then the percent decreases to 25 the next year when the value increases to 9 million. And then it remains at 9 million. The value remains at 9 million, but the increment percentage tax reduction decreases to 15%, followed by 10% the following year. And then for the last 3 years, it's down to 5%. So the bulk of this is really front loaded, again, when it's sort of like the critical construction time, but also when that value of the increment is the lowest. And that the estimate for over the 8 years of the total new tax revenue. So the entire new tax revenue during the time of the TIF that the city will bring in with this redevelopment is $3,561,120. But the cost of that increment, that financing, to get to that 3.56 million is $99,643. I know I'm throwing a lot of figures at you all right now. So we aren't giving, to do this, we aren't giving up anything that we would get without having this project. And the net gain to the city's general fund over these 8 years is $3,461,477 for that sort of investment of $99,643. So that is, I know it's a lot. That is the bulk of the information on this. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Happy to go over any of it again. Yes,
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering about other businesses that we've in Northampton that we've awarded a TIF to, or how common this is, or because it seems like other business, the other businesses that were started by the same owner, I don't think that they required a TIF, or maybe I'm wrong, so that's why I'm asking. Like the hotel, yeah.
So it's usually for like big, it really makes sense on something that's like a big new development, right? Not if like a business changes hands. So the Hotel Northampton was already in existence. The other the Fairfield, there was not a TIF for that, though. I think that Mr. Galabaff sort of wishes that there had been one for that. It would have been helpful. And I think that's one of the reasons why he really impressed upon us that this would be important for him. Also, that the building of that was at a very different moment in time than the building of this. And it's a very challenging moment to take on this big a project, he feels. So the most recent ones, I'm looking for Chief of Staff Alan Wolf to see if he can come on. There has not been one
For a while.
in a while, right, Counselor Labarge?
Yes.
So
Ellen,
we had a couple near starts on this recently. Chart Pack approached us about doing one in your ward, Councilor Maori, and we were prepared to do that, and then they pulled it. You know, a big piece of this is it's a very nominal amount for the locality, but it helps access things at the state level, and it shows that the municipality has skin in the game for an important project that contributes greatly to our local economic profile. And so other ones that have been done in the past, we did one for L3 Keo. Obviously, we did one for Coca-Cola, which just finished like this year. There was
Big Y.
Yep.
Yeah, so most big projects will come as part of a package of things that they are trying to accomplish both locally and at the state level. And one of the things that this project will also hopefully be able to approach the state for is employment tax credits, somewhere between 5,000 and 15,000 per job. And so the goal here is to create 50 permanent new jobs in the hotel alone, not counting what may or may not go in the 2 retail locations. And if that were to be even at the lowest level, 5,000 credit per job, that would be a very significant thing that we would be helping Mr. Galabath access. So honestly, the percent of the total estimate of what we're getting in conservative terms, $3.5 million, more than an override over the 8-year period that this TIF would exist, is 2.8% that we are giving back in $99,000. And I'll throw it back to the mayor.
Thank you. So they tend to be these larger projects because again, you're only talking about that difference. So it only kind of makes sense on a larger scale.
Right. I have a follow-up question, but if you'd rather go to another counselor and circle back.
Go ahead, finish Counselor Maori, and then go to Counselor Labarge.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the process. So with these other examples, does the city typically like have our own stipulations around, you know, requirements of that, whether it be local labor or union labor, or, you know, are there requirements? Is that a typical part of a TIF that there's something that's required from the city?
I think that they certainly can have sort of negotiated elements like that. This is my first one, so okay. I'll have to go back and see what some of them have had in them. But it's certainly something that I would consider adding in additional sort of protections or things that protect our interests during that period.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Labarge.
Thank you. So Mayor, I'm hearing the reductions. We're starting off at 75%, going 60, 25, right down to 5% within that 8 years, correct?
Sorry.
Yes, so 75 to 50 to 25 to 15, and then 3 years of 5.
Okay. And I think way back, we did do TIFs. There's no question about it.
Yes, certainly.
I think one of the buildings is up at the Northampton State Hospital, which was a very small company, and they wanted to go ahead and advance and have more staff and working with them. It was a woodworking
Volts
company.
Clark and Associates.
Yes. Thank you.
BTA.
Yes. And I know there must be a list because being a counselor, and I know with Bill Dwight and all of us, we did go into TIFs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very beneficial for the city and also for the people who do get that TIF by hiring employees and making their company go along and produce. And this is what you call economic development here. And I think it's a right way to go. And let's look at the owner at the hotel. What he has done for the city of Northampton. Look at that hotel. It's absolutely beautiful. And he's expanding and expanding. I don't think we've ever had him come in for a TIF before, if I can recall. I'm not sure, but I don't recall him ever coming in and talking about his TIF and so forth like that. But to me, I feel that it's the right way to go by doing the TIF with him because of who he is, what he does for the community, and what he does to his buildings and hiring staff.
At the meeting that Councilor Gore and I were at, he had impressed upon us that he really, he's sort of made his life in these businesses here in Northampton, and his interest is keeping those businesses here in Northampton.
Right.
And this is the community where he wants to do this work.
Exactly. Plus the fact is, which I think Councilor Muir brought up about, does the city have protection? And I think, Mayor, I heard you say, yes, you'd be looking at that to protect the city in its financing and so forth like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And yeah, and looking at, stipulations around, around the workers and labor, and to make sure that it, again, our interests and our values in terms of wage and labor are recognized and appreciated in it as well.
I think I think this might be your first one, Mayor, but I think you'll find others coming forth eventually.
Well, I mean, they represent new growth. And so that's something that is exciting. And I think I certainly appreciate more and more how vital it is.
Exactly.
Alan, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add the LCA TIF was rescinded because they did not meet the job targets that were included as part of a requirement to achieve that kind of TIF. So that was actually one that is very all of these figures, once we set the terms of these TIFs, are very carefully tracked by Boston. And if they're not being met, then the TIF goes away. And it happened here in our city at L3.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, how was the formula arrived at in terms of structuring the TIF over 8 years, the percentages, and as Alan Wolf pointed out, the total impact for the city will be about 2.8% loss of potential tax revenue. Was that a formula that the city has used before, or is it a state recommended formula?
Alan, I'll let you answer that because you worked hard on this formula.
I'll be honest with you, I was trying to, I looked at every TIF we have done and there was a large variation in the number of years. I mean, the truth is the percentage is wide open for what you want to do from 5 to 20% in any given year. And the number of years is wide open up to 20 years. So given that, I was trying to calculate an amount of time that raised enough revenue that the impact of the reduction was not at all painful for the city, and to front load it to help the construction project and to make this something possible for Mr. Galabath when he needed it most, because every tiny bit counts in today's economic and construction and investment environment. So I didn't want to go out 13 years because that felt like a long time. 5 years felt too short to gather enough revenue to really make sure that the impact was at minimal on the city, and it just seemed to work right. And I was honestly trying to find a number that he felt was supportive and you all did not think was excessive.
And you had conversations with the state as well. And actually ours is much smaller than many. And I will admit that I kind of dialed things back.
Well, thanks. And I appreciate the work that went into, and the thought that went into structuring this. I too would like to ensure that there is some protection in terms of the labor that would be used.
Thank you for that, Councilor Moulton.
Okay, next up is Councilor Gore and then Councilor Jarrett.
It was good to be at that meeting and meet the owner. I learned what a TIF is, which was good to know. And I think I really agree that we need more economic growth in Northampton, and I agree that another hotel would be a benefit to our city. I too have the concerns about the labor. We got a letter from the Western Mass Labor Federation about unions. And so I wanted to know what had happened in the past with that, with the TIF and labor and like negotiating that.
So there wasn't something that happened with the TIF around labor. That letter was referencing, so there had been a movement to unionize at the Hotel Northampton, which had nothing related to a TIF. So that.
Oh, but there wasn't a company that rescinded their, maybe I misheard.
Oh, what Alan was talking about. That, that's a little bit different, but go ahead, Alan.
They failed to meet a target. In other words, one of the things that is possible to include in a TIF agreement, and is in most of the ones that have happened, is if, for example, Mr. Galabath may say that this hotel will result in X number of jobs. And so we could take that X and put it in the agreement, and then he has to create X number of jobs. And if he does not, then the TIF is rescinded.
Oh, okay.
And that's what happened at L3, that they warranted that the expansion that they intended and received a TIF for would create X number of jobs, and we could look it up and tell you exactly how many. But then the state determined that they had not achieved that requirement, and the TIF went away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Jarrett, and then Counselor Maori again.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for bringing this project forward. It's very exciting. I'm glad to see our hotel room numbers be heading back up to what it was before the Clarion closed. The labor concerns are something I would like to look into further, and I would suggest that we have a committee meeting, and we can discuss whether that should be finance or perhaps community resources, but a committee meeting where folks and anyone who wanted to participate, the owner, folks with labor interests, etc., could come, and we could hear those concerns further, and then hear what might be possible to work into the agreement.
If that was a motion to send it to a committee or committees, I second it.
It did not specify which committee, so I'd love to hear before that happens which committees folks might think is most appropriate.
So next up is Counselor Maori, and she may have an answer.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I would love to, refer it to a committee, and I was thinking finance, which meets next Wednesday, but I'm open to hearing what my fellow counselors have to say about which committee. I'd love to get those. Yeah, I get the numbers, written down. I'm a visual person. Just something really simple. But yeah, did someone else?
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes, I like that idea about sending it to finance. I was going to bring that up. I think we're in the right direction with that also.
Okay, I'll second that motion to send it to finance.
Okay, so Counselor Labarge made a motion to send it to finance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Counselor Moulton. So we have a motion on the floor, and now Counselor Elkins.
I would just like to say out loud, because I think it seems like a number of us, receive the information about the concerns about labor and share that issue. And I agree that community resources is an appropriate place. However, I don't want to kind of load it up with too many meetings. So I wonder if if I say aloud to the fellow community resource meeting folks, if there might be an interest in a joint meeting with finance. So I would suggest referring it to community resources as well, with the intention of doing a joint meeting so that we don't add extra meetings.
Okay, so
Although it would add an extra meeting for those of us on community resources finance, but
so that's not quite a motion, right? It's more a discussion. All right, since we're still in discussion mode, Counselor Labarge and then Counselor Perry.
I like the idea of having a joint committee meeting also. So which way counselors want to do, it's fine with me.
Counselor Perry.
Well, yes, I would also think the community resources is a great place to have it. And I like the idea of streamlining this process and having a joint meeting. So if there's a way for Councilor Labarge to maybe amend her, I would be fine with that. And then we could figure out when that meeting would be.
Right.
I don't know, we'd have to look at our schedule. Councilor Murray, maybe you can.
Counselor Maori.
Well, I will name that part of the motivation of sending it to finance is that we have a meeting next Wednesday, and that's before the next council meeting. So this wouldn't get,
Right.
away too far. So I was just going to offer that as a meeting time. But I'm, of course, and also I like the idea because I'm on both committees. So, I get to feed two birds.
Works out well for you either way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sitting pretty. Hopefully there'll be donuts anyway. But yes, I think we still need a motion, right?
Somebody to amend the original.
Or, right. Oh, yeah. So
We have a motion on the floor to send this to finance made by Counselor Labarge and seconded by Counselor Moulton, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's true.
So Counselor Labarge, oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, I'd offer a friendly amendment to Councilor Labarge's motion to also refer it to community resources for a joint meeting with finance.
I'll second that.
Okay, but I think what we need is the original motioners to make the amendment. So Counselor Labarge, you're okay with that, with adding the addition of community resources?
Yes, I agree.
And Counselor Moulton, you're okay with that?
Yes,
So the motion
excellent.
on the floor is to send this both to finance and to community resources who are thinking about holding a joint meeting to address this.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on this?
Yes,
Counselor Labarge.
right. So we would have to look at a date here.
Yeah, I don't want to do that here. I think that the chairs can figure this out. I think we have an initial date for finance. And the question might be is if community resources could join that meeting, and
Right.
then as Counselor Maori pointed out, we could be meeting the deadline of having this sent to committee and back to council by our next meeting.
Yep.
So
I like that.
I do have one quick question for the mayor around this, which is that we're talking about creating, adding in conditions to the TIF. And this is reminding me a little bit of the Motorola discussion where you were, the mayor, you were going to contract and you were working out details. But you came back to us with here's what all the details are, here's what's been worked out. And I'm wondering, per our discussion, if people are saying there's some concerns around labor, that would actually be added into this order, or whether that gets figured into the agreement between us and Rankin Holdings. How does that work out?
I think it would get figured into the agreement, but I need to look into it a little bit more. I didn't have, I got the same email that you all got, but sort of later in the day and didn't have an opportunity to look into it more in depth.
Okay, well, and I guess you could report out to that when this is at finance, right?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, nice economic development work there. I was very impressed. I was like, you'd gone to class in the last week. That was very cool. So, all right, next up, Counselor Maori.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify. So the subcommittees, our role will be to make a recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
And we can make recommendations with amendment, general or specific ideas of amendment, because there's been some confusion before, a la, legislative matters and parking about when to, like writing down specific amendments, or in any case, the role that the joint committee meeting will, the role will be to render a recommendation. And in that recommendation, we can suggest amendments, correct? Or
Correct. And
Okay.
both committees will be making their own
right.
recommendations.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could I ask real quick, what time, if we're thinking next Wednesday, what time would that meeting be? I have a school committee
6, I
retreat
think.
that I'll have to.
Yeah, it's at 6
6.
p.m.
Oh.
But we can also work around. I mean, we're happy to work around your schedule, and also I need to check in with Chair Perry to make sure that's even a possibility. But anyway, yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just a process question about making recommendations and amendments. That's typically for ordinances, we would make amendments, but for orders, we don't use, am I right? We don't get to actually change an order. We could certainly make a recommendation to the mayor, who could then change an order. Is that correct?
I would say.
Yes. Yes.
I believe that is what we were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that, yes, this is the mayor's order, and committees would be recommending amendments, which the mayor would then consider whether or not she wants to have those amendments part of her order.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you once again, Alex, for your attention to detail. Councilor Maori.
Sorry, I just.
What happened?
I don't know.
I think she lost her connection.
Yes. Okay, let's see if she comes back, because I think we're on the verge of a vote, and I don't want to vote without her. Especially when it's going to a committee she chairs.
Call her on her phone.
Oh, I'm getting a message from Councilor Maori, just who says she will reach out tomorrow to the mayor and Chair Perry around the time.
Okay,
Okay.
so, okay, so it doesn't sound like she's coming back in right away.
I'm not sure, doesn't say that, but I think that was her message. She probably lost internet for the time being. Hopefully she'll come back soon.
Okay, we haven't had this happen yet, but here we are. Councilor Jarrett, could you send her a text asking her if she's going to be able to come back before we have the vote? And I imagine she's there right now, like panicking, like, oh my God, how do I get back in the meeting? And now I'm getting texts. What are the texts about?
Okay,
We're crawling
I think
under the
she is
desk.
coming back now.
Okay,
Yes,
excellent.
she's coming back now, so.
There she is. Welcome back, Councilor Maori. Okay. We didn't do, you still there, Rachel? What? There she is. Okay. Yes, so we have a motion on the floor to send this to community resources and to finance. Any further discussion?
I was just quickly going to say that I will contact the mayor and Chair Perry tomorrow, because we need to post by Monday if we'll have it, for Wednesday. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, we hear
That's
you.
all I was going to say. That was impeccable timing on my part. Wow. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay. All right, any further discussion?
What's going on?
Okay, hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Nash,
Now it's happening to Council Moulton.
Something's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of awesome.
It's pretty psychedelic, yeah.
It is. I think it's because we're out in the rural areas, right?
Yeah. That was a groovy motion, Council Labarge.
Who said it was kind of awesome? That was great.
I know.
Laura, you're in the middle of roll call, right?
Moulton responded affirmatively, didn't you, Counselor Moulton?
I voted yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Counselor Nash,
yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
She's waving. What is, she
Oh, she
needs,
can't unmute.
Sign language.
Thank you. Can you make me a co-host again? And yes.
okay. Did we actually go through that whole vote? You know, I'm trying to run a tight meeting here and technology is not helping. Okay.
No, it's not. That's because
Okay.
you're not in the rural area. That's why.
So, okay, item 23.241, in order to approve a certified project and TIF for property within the Con Street Economic Opportunity Area has been referred to both Community Resources and to Finance. And stay tuned for when it will be appearing at either of those committees. Okay, next up. 23.237, in order revoking acceptance of Chapter 31 relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department. And then there's a second order, Mayor, that looks to be much the same thing. Item 23.238, in order for special legislation relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department. So should we talk about them both together? Is that wise, or?
I think you can talk about them both together. The second one is essentially a home rule petition.
Okay.
So early in the 2000s, special legislation was passed that exempted almost all city of Northampton jobs from civil service. The impact of this legislation is that those newly hired moving forward would not be hired according to the procedures under the civil service law, and the terms and conditions of employment would not be subject to civil service law. Right. So existing employees who already had civil service tenure would be grandfathered in and retain those rights. So by doing that in the early 2000s, it allowed us to have higher eligibility standards for hires and allows for a larger pool for eligible candidates. Mm-hmm. Certain positions of the city in the DPW and Central Services, which fall under the labor service provisions of civil service, were not identified for exclusion from civil service in any of those session laws. Why? We don't really know. The reason that they were not listed in those session laws is unknown. The legislative history doesn't speak to it. It doesn't discuss it. And all of those changes predate not just, of course, my administration, but also predate Mayor Narkowitz, the present DPW director, the present HR director, the present, our present labor council for the city, the present central services director. So it's possible and maybe probable that the exclusion of those certain positions from the session laws was just an oversight. We just don't really know. So if they were discovered because in or around 2019, after a civil service audit, it was discovered that the city had not been hiring for those positions according to the labor service requirements of civil service. So that leads those looking back to think that it was not understood that these positions were not covered by that special legislation that removed all the other positions in the city from civil service. So a resolution to that audit was reached, and tenure was restored to covered employees, and the city commenced administrating the labor service process under civil service and came into compliance. So since then, the city's been complying, and the requirements for administering the labor service process are really kind of significant for these kind of positions. Unlike other civil service positions that the city no longer has as civil service positions, like police and fire, those are all administered by the state. These positions in the DPW and central services have to be administered by the city. So, and there's a lot around it. So it really makes the hiring and human resources processes for these remaining positions out of alignment with those used throughout the city for all other positions. A key issue being that the city is not permitted to hire the most qualified or suited applicant for a labor service job. But for each open position can only select from a few candidates whose name appear highest on the labor service list and are found to have met the maximum job requirements. Just in this past December 22, the city and the new union representing the DPW and central services labor employees, the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 98, entered into a new labor agreement. As part of that agreement with Local 98, Local 98 agreed to take what is termed a position of neutrality, and Local 98 does not oppose that the city seek special legislation to remove the remainder of city employees from civil service. So again, this position is part of our agreement and part of our signed, our agreed upon and signed labor agreement with Local 98. So like the neutrality agreement that was reached back in 99, whenever I said it was, the existing legislation for those employees, when that agreement was reached, grandfathered everybody in. Same thing with this group. So those who have tenure under the law will remain grandfathered and will not lose any of the civil service protections. And so they'll retain all those civil service rights. Just going forward, any hiring would be outside of that. So this simplifies and streamlines hiring, which is especially needed for these positions where we've really been struggling with vacancies with the DPW.
Mm-hmm.
And again, critically, the petition, we have to petition the state to for the special legislation to remove these positions like we did in the past. And that we would petition to do this is part of our signed collective bargaining agreement with Local 98. So that is what this order is for. And then the other one is the special legislation that we need to petition the state for.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Labarge.
Thank you. Mayor, how many positions are we talking about at DPW that's going to have this move being done on their positions?
Oh, Counselor, I should have anticipated you were going to ask me that question.
Oh,
Alan, do you know how many positions these are?
I will have that answer in a minute, Mayor.
Okay. We will get that answer for you.
I was just curious about that because looking at this order, it says Local 98 and the city have entered into a tentative agreement dated December 22nd, 2022.
Right, so that is a signed labor agreement.
Okay.
Well, we're waiting for an answer. Are there other questions from Councillor? I'm sorry, Councillor Labarge, you have another question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, and then we'll go to Councillor Moulton.
Okay, thank you. Also, Mayor, I'd like to know, also, we're looking at central service also. of how many employees there?
Okay, we'll see if we can get that answer for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Counselor Moulton.
Yes, going to ask the mayor, are you now reasonably certain that these are the last of the civil service positions in Northampton?
I am reasonably certain. We've known for a while since that audit that there were these remaining. So I think any other ones would have been caught in that audit. So yes, I am fairly certain. Counselor, it's 60 or so positions. That includes DPW and central services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, counselors, any other questions?
I do.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes, Mayor, if I can recall, I don't think, maybe you were a city councilor in Ward 4 at that time. With the police department, we went through the same thing with Chief Sinkowitz at that time, where civil service, they had to do away with it because it was, the hiring process was ridiculous for them. And isn't the fire department also, are they still all civil service in there?
No, at that time, both police and fire were removed from civil service. So
Yeah.
these are the only remaining positions.
Okay, but I know they were all in favor of that because it was a really problem hiring.
It definitely helps
Yes.
hire and also allows us to have our own sort of higher standards for
That's
hiring.
right.
Okay, Counselor Elkins.
I'd like to move this, I'd like to move that this go to the consent agenda.
Second.
Second that. Oh.
So I
Unless
see
it-
Counselor Jarrett's hand and I know what it's about. So it's not a financial order. So if we can refer it, or we can just keep it here on the agenda where it will come back around for second reading next time we meet. So we don't have to do anything. We can, if we feel we're done discussing this, we can move on to the next two items, or next item. All right, so for these two items that we have on the floor right now, is there any further discussion?
Yes. Why are
Counselor
we not,
Labarge.
yes, why are we not voting on it?
Because per the new rules, this is that we discuss it, but it's not required that we refer it anywhere.
Okay.
And also since it's not a financial order, we don't send it to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Believe me, I'm learning as I'm talking. So
So we're going to vote on it on the floor next time, correct?
yeah, it'll be here next time on our agenda. We've introduced it and next time we vote on it.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, are people okay? Counselors, I'm going to move on. I'm just going to say that what's going to happen with these. Item 23.237, an order revoking acceptance of Chapter 31 relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department will appear on our next agenda, as well as 23.238, an order for special legislation relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department. We have introduced them tonight and they will be up for second reading, up for approval next time we meet on the 16th. Next up, how's everybody doing?
Fine.
Well,
How about a 5-minute
how about
break?
it? Yeah, a brief
Let's
recess.
do a 5-minute break and then the mayor's got her administrative order here. And then, yeah, we're making good progress here. So, and also I just want to say that we have the resolution coming last, and that that I think that, like our last meeting, having a discussion like that towards the end of the meeting, I thought was very productive. You know, we had I forget what the item was, but it was very expansive discussion, and I'm expecting the same with the resolution. So that's the plan. All right. All right, 5 minutes. So 9:21.
I grabbed myself a quick cookie, Jim.
Good for you. You're gonna need it.
I know.
Everybody get your cookies in order. All right. Looks like most of us are back. It's 9:22. And Mayor, we haven't had a chance to talk. You've been so busy, but I'm wondering, what would you like to do for your, do you have a presentation here, or do you want to read, would you like me to read the note, the letter that you provided council, or what do you want to do?
Good questions. I know, and I'm sorry, I know that you've tried to connect with me, and it is
No worries. We can figure this stuff out.
So I sort of had the same question for you all, which is what's your pleasure. I think, I certainly would be happy to read my message to you all for posterity and for the public. I have more to present on this. I can certainly wait until until there's the hearing. It's really, I could talk about this all day, all night. I'm pretty excited about it. So we can span this over a few meetings, and I can just sort of introduce this, and then we can kind of talk more deeply about it at the next meeting. It's up to you.
Well, and we have a public hearing coming up at the next meeting, so the public will have plenty of opportunity to ask questions and weigh in. So
if it's okay, maybe I will read my message to you all into the record.
that would be great.
That will be the first reading, and then at the hearing we can kind of talk more in depth about this. Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this is a memo that's to the honorable members of the City Council dated today, February 2nd, 2023, pursuant to my authority under Article 6, Section 6-1 of the City Charter. I am respectfully submitting the attached administrative order making the following 2 changes to the city's administrative code. 1, my first proposed revision to the administrative code is under Section 2.0, Administration and Finance Division, to insert a new Climate Action and Project Administration CAPA department. In 2021, the City of Northampton clearly articulated in the Sustainable Northampton Comprehensive Plan, in the Resilience and Regeneration section of it, many aggressive goals to meet a 2030 target for carbon neutrality for city operations and a 2050 target for net zero carbon emissions citywide. The plan recognizes the imperative for Northampton's residents and leaders to, quote, grow and change with a full understanding of this generation's responsibility to leave behind a community that will not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their needs. This means learning to be smarter about how we use our resources, creatively thinking about patterns of consumption and usage. The Resilience and Regeneration Plan further commits Northampton to, quote, reduce its carbon footprint through changes in city operations inside and outside the city, e.g. its purchasing power and management of city watershed lands, our community's energy footprint, and community-wide direct carbon emissions, end quote. Last month, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts under Governor Maura Healey demonstrated an unprecedented commitment to addressing climate change. On the first full day of her administration, Governor Healey signed an executive order establishing the position of climate chief and creating an Office of Climate Innovation and Resilience within the governor's office. Governor Healey appointed Melissa Hoffer as Massachusetts' first climate chief. Massachusetts is the first state in the nation to establish such a position at a cabinet level. Quote, the establishment of climate chief and the Office of Climate Innovation and Resilience is critical to Massachusetts' future, said, end quote, said climate chief Melissa Hoffer, quote, climate change impacts all aspects of our lives, and it's essential that we are coordinating our response across the entire government and the entire state. The action Governor Healey is taking today is putting Massachusetts on the path to a better, healthier, more equitable future, end quote. Among other provisions, the governor's executive order directs the climate chief to begin a comprehensive review of current staffing, policymaking, and resources of all secretariats to support a whole of government approach to addressing climate change. In much the same way, I, supported by a group of committed residents calling themselves Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition, have identified the need for a director-level position that will guide the city's efforts to realize the goals outlined in the comprehensive plan. I agree that a department-level position that reports directly to the city's chief executive officer has the highest potential to succeed in bringing about the changes necessary to meet the city's environmental goals. Further, I have identified a need to add project management principles with a sustainability lens to all city projects. Innovative cities around the country are applying the discipline of project management to municipal projects to establish, maintain, and govern standards for project management across the organization. Annually, millions of federal, state, and local dollars are spent in the city of Northampton, with each project requiring significant oversight to ensure outcomes are on time and within budget. I am confident that adding project management practices informed by environmental goals to every city project will improve municipal efficiency and climate outcomes. This moment in the history of the city of Northampton represents a unique opportunity to consolidate existing efforts in the Office of Planning and Sustainability to set strategic goals for climate response, in the Central Services Department to manage projects with an environmental focus through the Energy and Sustainability Officer, and in the Office of the Auditor with the efforts to insert sustainability into the city's procurement activities by the Chief Procurement Officer. These three functions represent the positions that will be housed under the new Climate Action and Project Administration Department. The proposed structure is as follows, and there's a diagram, which has at the top, Director of Climate Action and Project Administration. This is a high-level strategic focus position with project management expertise. And then under that director is the Energy and Sustainability Officer, which is a position we've had, which does existing project management, and the Chief Procurement Officer, which is the administration of cities' procurement activities, also a position that we've had. So that is the proposed structure for this new department. And then the second part of this is to remove that position of Chief Procurement Officer from the Office of the Auditor in section 2.10 in the code. While the Energy and Sustainability Officer's position is not specifically mentioned in the administrative code, the Chief Procurement Officer is specifically located in the Office of the Auditor. This order cleans up the code, so the position is now housed in the CAPA department. I thank you in advance for reviewing these proposed changes to our administrative code. I stand ready to answer any questions or provide additional information, and respectfully request the City Council's approval of the attached administrative order. Sincerely, Gina Louise Shara, Mayor. So, thank you for the opportunity to read that into the record. Again, I'm happy to talk now, but I'm also happy to talk at the public hearing.
Okay. No questions, it looks like, at this time. This item will be on the agenda at our next meeting. The meeting will start with the public hearing. Councillor Jarrett.
Yeah, just wanted to say I have a big thank you to the mayor for putting this together. It's just very exciting to see. I've had constituents talking to me about this suggestion for quite some time, and it's great to see it moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jarrett, and just huge thanks to and I'll do another sort of bigger thank you at the hearing again, but to the committed group of folks in Northampton who didn't just sort of work on this and talk about this, but like did deep research and really collaborated. So I'm incredibly grateful to them. I'm grateful to them for showing up tonight. They're very kind words about this, and it was truly the greatest privilege to work with them on it.
Councillor Labarge. I think you're muted, Councillor Labarge.
That's what happens when I eat a cookie, see?
Yeah, you know.
Anyways, I want to thank you, Mayor, for hearing what these residents working so tirelessly, I mean tirelessly, and you were listening to them. And I want to thank you for putting this in place because I think it's excellent. And also too, I do have one little question with the procurement officer, Joe Cook. He's retiring, right?
Yes.
Yes. for
Yes,
this
so
month.
actually, Joe is retiring maybe right around when we're gonna have this hearing. So he's retiring this month.
I think it's February 17th is his last day.
I believe that's right. He's retiring after 34 years serving the city of
Yes,
Northampton.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But thank you. Thank you for working with the residents on the climate action. This
Thank
is
you,
excellent.
Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Moulton.
Yeah, I just want to echo that, Mayor. This is very forward-looking, and combined with the Climate Stability Fund that we approved last month, it's going to do wonders to advance our goals, perhaps even sooner than we have set forth in terms of carbon neutrality. And it's really a textbook example, I think, of how a grassroots effort worked, as you said, to really produce a lot of solid information, reasons for doing this, and then built political support for it. So thank you to you, and thank you to the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition and all who were involved.
Thank you, Councilor Moulton.
Okay. Yeah, you know, Councilor Jarrett, thank you for getting the ball rolling on the thank yous. Mayor, sometimes I get so focused on running a crisp meeting that I'm like, that I forego anyway, thank you for bringing this forward. This, once again, you're showing an eye for, how the organization of the city can be improved. You know, we saw this last year with the DCC, and we're seeing this here with this new arrangement for energy and sustainability. So for this new department. So thank you for that what you're doing here.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay. I'm about to move on. There'll be plenty of times for more thank yous in 2 weeks. Okay, so item 23.240, an administrative order to amend the City of Northampton Administrative Code, will appear on on the agenda at our next meeting, and our next meeting will feature a public hearing on this order. Next up, 23.242, an order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 licenses for the sale of all alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises. This is in first reading, and I'm pulling it up here. And Mayor, I think we heard from Amy Kaling earlier, who was outlining much of this. And would you like to share, give your thoughts on it?
Sure, gladly. As I said, we're going to talk a lot about economic development today. So we have been working very closely with Representative Sabadosa to bring forward this order to petition the General Court for additional special act liquor licenses. So these licenses are non-transferable. We have done this in the past. So if a business closes that has one of these licenses, the license comes back to the city for reissuance by the License Commission. Representative Sabadosa has talked to the ABCC, that's the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission. They have said that they would not oppose this. She has been in contact with the chair of the committee that would oversee this. That's the Joint Committee on Consumer Protection and Professional Licensure. That chair has indicated that they are eager to work with Representative Sabadosa to realize this economic development need for Northampton. So huge thanks to Rep. Sabadosa for all of her work and advocacy on behalf of the city. At the License Commission meeting last month, excuse me, one of the previous special act licenses was redistributed by lottery, which current businesses could enter into this lottery. So 4 current businesses asked to be included in that lottery. Paul and Elizabeth's, one of our very long-standing restaurants, won the lottery, but that leaves those three businesses without a full liquor license that really believe that it would be helpful for their business. Before that lottery, the Sierra Grill had one of these licenses. When it closed, there was again this kind of lottery, and India House won that lottery, but was competing with 7 businesses total for that license. So I think that this is something that's really important for our economic development. Additionally, and I've been talking about existing businesses who would like to move to a full liquor license. Additionally, and critically, we are struggling to bring in new restaurants because they can't get a license. This is one of the things that Amy was talking about. Very recently, there was an interested party, someone who was incredibly interested in creating a restaurant here in one of our larger empty restaurant spaces. And they had multiple conversations with the city, and they did not move forward with that business because there was no guarantee for them of a liquor license, and they couldn't make that kind of investment into that business without knowing that they would be able to have a liquor license. For that kind of restaurant, it's viewed as necessary. We've talked a lot. I've talked a lot about the secondary market lately and about how damaging it is for economic development and for bringing in new and independent businesses. These additional licenses would not dismantle that secondary market. But for, it would, and actually some of for the Sierra Grill, that license, some of those 6 or 7 folks who weren't able to win that lottery then went and ended up buying licenses from other businesses that closed on a secondary market. So that is still happening. So this would not eliminate that, but it will, I think it will help current businesses and hopefully new businesses, and will provide more opportunity for future restaurants in Northampton and Florence. So it's something that, again, I really thank Rep. Savadosa for working with us on, and it's something that we think is really important as we're trying to help our current restaurants survive, and always trying to bring in new places for some of our empty storefronts. So thanks.
Counselors, Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. I have a few questions about what these terms mean. So is all alcohol, that means more than beer and wine, is that correct?
Correct. So different than a wine and malt, I think is what it's called.
Okay. And then are these restricted to restaurants, or are they also for bars? Or is there a difference?
I believe, so Alan and Annie jump in. They are not restricted.
Okay, so they could be for a bar or a restaurant.
Right.
Right. And then how many licenses do we have now? And it sounds like we did a special act in the past, so we have more than our numerical quota by the state law. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. And I'm looking around because Annie sent me the number we have in the past, and now I just need to figure out where I put it in all the windows that I have open.
And every time I guess I'm wrong, so I'm going to let you find that, Mayor. Or Annie's here if she wants to turn her camera on.
Okay, it's in the chat. Thank you, Annie. Okay, so this is what we currently have. We have 32 all alcohol restaurant licenses. We have 13 wine and malt restaurant licenses. There are a few other different designations. There's 17 package store licenses, 6 general on-premises licenses, 3 for inns and 3 for clubs, and 9 seasonals, which operate from April 1st to January 15th. And 4 pouring permits, which are for wineries, or it says farmer or winery, and I'm not totally sure what that means. A brewery, sorry. Oh, 2 farmer/winery and 2 farmer/breweries.
Great, thanks. And the last question, so do we have an understanding of why the state restricts these licenses?
Alan, do you, I mean, this is something we've talked about for decades. Why, other than our sort of puritanical blue laws? I don't.
Yeah, it's an incredibly subjective question, Counselor. I mean, I'm not a fan. And so you and I would be happy to have lunch with you and tell you why I think this is not a great system for the Commonwealth, but it's state control over localities, which I think the city of Northampton is better suited to determine how many liquor establishments we have, how many restaurants we're allowed to have, how many bars, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a way that they tell us what we can and can't have.
Thank you.
Councillor Moulton.
So I just want to be clear on the number here of the non-transferable over quota all alcohol licenses. There are 32 total all alcohol restaurant licenses. How many of those are of the special act non-transferable?
So how many were the previous? How many were in the previous, and how many are? So this is for 7, and the previous one was had 4 in it.
So only 4 of those 32 current ones are non-transferable. So with 7 additional, that would move 11 out of 39. So it would be about a quarter of the all alcohol in the city would not be on the secondary market. Right? So that would be,
right,
as you say, it would not be eliminating the secondary market, it would be reducing it somewhat.
So the quota, to kind of go back, well, it doesn't answer the why, Councillor Jared, but the what is, it's 1 per 5,000 residents.
I'm going to recognize myself. In terms of, so Mayor, some of these applicants already have one of these other licenses, right? So somebody might have the wine and malt, and and then if they got one of these all inclusive licenses, what happens to the old license? I guess in some cases it's part of the secondary market. Is that true, or are those non-transferable as well?
So if they move to having an all alcohol, then they surrender their wine and malt, and it sort of disappears. So wine and malt doesn't have the same restrictions as all alcohol.
So, okay, so then that license disappears. It can't be redistributed to somebody else, or?
Wine and malt?
Yeah.
You can get, so wine and malt doesn't have the same restrictions. You can convert it to an all alcohol. Does that make sense?
So, yeah. So for the applicant who has a wine and malt, they're actually they're awarded a conversion rather than a new license that's separate. It's not like they have a wine and malt, now they have an all liquor license and they can shed one. It's they've converted their wine and malt.
Right, so the wine and malt gets sort of surrendered back.
And so if it gets surrendered back and it goes back to the license commission, or I'm trying to think if
it sort of disappears.
Well,
But it's different than like an all alcohol that then would be on the secondary market. It doesn't have that same market value.
Okay.
Partly because it disappears.
It just seems like if we have new applicants, then we're increasing the pool of licenses. But if current applicants are looking to upgrade, we actually end up, they upgrade, but we haven't expanded the number of places that can serve wine and beer. Yeah. You see where I'm going here?
Yes.
So in other words, like, it could be, that I would imagine a lot of these newer businesses that want to come down, restaurants, they're not looking to serve hard alcohol. They might be looking to, just be able to serve some beer and wine. And that I'm just hoping that there's a way that we're able to hold on to those rather than have them disappear because, somebody can open a full bar now.
So they can always apply for a seasonal wine and malt, and then it can be converted to an annual wine and malt.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So it wouldn't sort of take them out of that market.
Okay.
But
I think
I
I
would
would have that lunch with Alan Wolf to understand.
And I'm not sure I can be that much clearer, but I will tell you that we certainly have heard that the addition of all alcohol is significant for the financial model of restaurants. That someone coming into the city now could get a wine and malt through the annual process and then later petition to make that an annual license.
Right.
But as in the example the mayor said, the math didn't work without all alcohol. That the perception is that there is enough, and I think Winewich, in fact, cited the fact that they didn't have all alcohol. And then, in fact, when the ABCC added the ability to add cordials even to a wine and malt, which is another provision, everybody jumped on that because it was perceived as yet another step toward actually being able to serve a martini, frankly. And that there is some economic math for the restaurant business that you are more likely to succeed with all of the options available to you. And that is a major driver behind the mayor's initiative here. And so to say that yes, I think rather than not open, some of them did elect to do just wine and malt because that was the path available to them. But I think the goal here is to make the path available to more, to the existing that continue to come for the lottery, plus some new ones to hopefully fill our empty storefronts.
Okay. All right. I'm going to, Councilor Perry.
Yes, to kind of piggyback off of Alan Wolf, he's correct. I've spent most of my life in the service industry and especially in bars and entertainment. And your bread and butter and your money is your alcohol sales. And so being kind of hindered by just serving wine and malt really leaves a lot of money on the table. There are a lot of people who don't want that. And I just want to say that also as someone who's lived under kind of the shadow of these limited licenses and seeing how this has hurt our city, I'm very excited that we are taking this initiative and moving forward because I feel like the city is in a time of rebirth and growth, and we really need to be as attractive as possible. And this is a phenomenal step on that road. And again, as someone who this is my life here, I'm very thankful for the city for moving this forward.
Councilor Foster. Oh, is she muted again?
Thanks. I think I'm not a co-host yet. Thank you, Laura.
So the question I had was about outreach to existing businesses. I did have a chance to ask that this morning as well, but restaurants, you know, and other businesses that currently hold these licenses that may have gotten them from the secondary market or in a lottery or have come across them. And as you've drafted this or been working with Rep. Savadosa, I'm curious about conversations with the restaurant community and just to sort of think through impacts on current restaurants as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly been a conversation, and the last time that there was a petition, that was a conversation. I think it's I've felt less concern about it this time. And you know, I'd asked Amy if she'd heard sort of concern. So it's, you know, I certainly don't want to speak for any businesses, but I hope we're sort of getting to a place where we recognize that the more people we kind of bring downtown and the more business we have, the better it benefits everybody. And particularly, you know, our kind of after hours, our nightlife world is really struggling right now. Our venue, you know, we have a lot of venues that haven't really opened or reopened. So this is, you know, we feel it's critical to do everything we can to try and bring more business downtown. Councilor Maori has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm this. So these licenses, this is not retail. This is on-premise consumption only. Okay. To me, that's, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. That's not what I meant to do.
Okay. Councilor Jarrett.
Thanks. Well, similar to the process we went through when we were considering a cap on cannabis retail, I think it would be helpful to hear from city officials and local experts about the economic and public health, public safety effects if it passes. So a referral, I think community resources would be most appropriate, though perhaps city services or another might be, but I'll make a motion to refer this to community resources.
I would second that.
Okay, on the floor is a motion to refer this item to community resources. Any discussion on that referral? Okay, Councilor Maori.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. And Councilor Perry gave a thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any more discussion? Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I was just wondering, has there been a hearing with business people here in the city?
There's not been a hearing on that. There for this, it's not necessary for this kind of home rule, but you know, you heard Amy speak from the DNA today.
I was just curious with that because I know with our previous mayor, Mayor Narkowitz, he had, you know, upped it and there was a huge outcry going on in the way the licensings were changed and everything. Because some people had to pay like 200 and something thousand for their license and they were very upset about it. So that's why I know what you're talking about with the transfers going on here. It's not like what David Narkowitz went through. That was intense.
Yeah, this is, I think this is a very different moment in time, also just in terms of, you know, the pressures that businesses are under.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Gore.
If this were to pass and you were to do a home rule petition, how long would it take to come in effect?
Oh, that's an excellent question. I don't totally know, but it's a process. So it probably, Annie's telling me probably 15 months.
How many months?
15, so over a year.
Okay, last call for questions. Nobody got the joke. Okay. Hearing no more questions for the mayor. Laura, we have a motion on the floor to refer this to community resources. Laura, roll call, please.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Gore,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.242, an order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 licenses for the sale of all alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises. That has been referred to community resources and will appear back here depending on when community resources has made its recommendations. Next up, 23.243, an order temporarily suspending the effect of certain ordinances to support renewed economic recovery. This is in first reading, and this is a familiar order that we've seen for a few years now, right, Mayor?
It is. It should look very familiar, although we made some key changes to the whereases. We have had a lot of conversation as we were trying to figure out this year. We had thought that we were going to try and bring like permanent ordinance changes or to have like sort of a larger conversation, and then we realized that actually, so as you all know, we are redesigning Main Street. And that will break ground in 2 years. And so instead of doing sort of more permanent changes that will only last for a pretty short amount of time, what we're requesting is that we do what we've done the last couple of years to be able to allow outdoor dining. And then we will, when we have the changes to Main Street have happened and there is that there will be more space for outdoor dining that will be built in. We will see, what we need to change that will make sense. But it didn't really make sense to have us all go through that process for a pretty short amount of time. So the request is to again allow relaxing those rules and regulations around this use of space and have outdoor dining again, which we know has been absolutely critical. And you heard Amy talk about that for the last 2 summers for our businesses. And I think is just, I think culturally become kind of important for Northampton.
Councilors. Councilor Foster.
Just to say that I agree that the outdoor dining has breathed some real lovely life into downtown. It's just really so nice, even on nights that I'm just passing through to get to or from work or something, to just see so many people out and about, and just really appreciate the dedication and the commitment of your office and the DNA and the chamber and the restaurant community to come together to adapt in the so very many ways they have. And I'm glad we can support them, with this kind of order and look for it. I agree with you that I would love to see this
be a permanent change, but it makes sense to wait until we have Main Street as it's going to be permanently. But I'm, pleased to support this temporarily this year and until there is a more permanent order.
Thank you for that, Counselor. And I am, it's been a lovely partnership with the Chamber and the DNA and all of the businesses. This is again, I feel like this is kind of a theme of tonight of working together and what we can accomplish when we all work together.
Councilor Perry.
Yes, I just want to kind of piggyback off of Councilor Foster and say that, one of the few benefits of the pandemic has been a reimagining of our public spaces and what we can do with it. In a time we were so far apart from each other, things like Summer on Strong have really brought the city together. I was very pleased that the city stepped up and not only helped bolster Summer on Strong, but also expanded and look for creative and inspiring ways to do that, whether it was Masonic Street Live or putting entertainment, bringing back the Taste of Northampton. I think that found something that really strikes a chord with everyone in our city and also people outside of our city. There was a lot of talk from neighboring communities about how beautiful Summer on Strong was. So, this is a great move in the right direction.
Thank you. And I don't know how they're going to feel about this, but I'm going to give like a little preview that, so first there was Summer on Strong, then we created Masonic Street Live last year. And this year we're looking to program a third space. And the hint I'm going to give you is that we're the working title is Garage Band for the new space. So you can maybe try and guess where that's going to be.
That's excellent.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I love how this has enlivened our civic space and helped our restaurants. I do want to encourage that we continue to set aside some of the space for non-exclusive use for anyone to get takeout or sit with a meal they've brought from home, like we did at Summer on Strong. Just a note that several of the zoning districts that are referenced in the maps no longer exist. So I wondered, was it intentional to follow the old zoning lines or should we use the new expanded districts for Florence Center and for central business?
Thank you for that and your eagle eye always. I imagine we copied and pasted from last year's, so we should for wherever it shows up next, we will get that corrected.
Great.
And to your point about public space, that was something that I was absolutely adamant about last year. So it's certainly being continued on Summer on Strong. All of Masonic Street Live was that. Anyone could use that space. And so any of these spaces that we're creating going forward, that's something that's really important to me, that anyone can use them and you don't need to have purchased something to be able to be in that public space.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to add, Mayor, that and to piggyback on what Councilor Perry was saying about the pandemic being an opportunity. It's forced us to reimagine the spaces downtown, but it's actually forged a new partnership between the downtown business community and with the city. As somebody who's been part of those discussions for over a decade, that the innovation and the willingness to have a dialogue between the mayor's office and the downtown business community has really undergone a change, and that businesses downtown are really getting that, like, oh, the mayor's office and the city really want to work with us and see us succeed. And that one of the pieces that really made that happen was allowing for the outdoor dining. And, whatever, that the mayor's office, and back at the time it was Alan Wolf, under Mayor Narkowitz, going out and reaching out to everybody in the downtown business community. What do you need for space that might be in the public way? And how can we accommodate that? And how can we help you get through this? and that, you know, that that what's continued on is it's evolved into all of these other different outdoor spaces that are there. It's really wonderful that you kind of go around town and there's another oasis of socializing and fun and being able to see, you know, community happening. So anyway, yeah, I'm 100% behind this. I know we're not going to vote on this tonight, but next time it's here, I will.
Thank you, Council President. And yes, huge thanks to Alan Wolf and Annie Lesko for the economic development team in the mayor's office for their tireless work on this and just their creativity and energy that they bring towards coming up and realizing these great ideas. So I'm endlessly grateful to them, and they're just the best.
Agreed. Okay. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Item 23.243, an order temporarily suspending the effect of certain ordinances to support renewed economic recovery will appear on our next agenda. Next up, where is it? I think that brings us to the resolution. And I'm going to propose we take a 5-minute break.
Oh, good.
And then we come back and get to work on this.
Another cookie. All right.
Yeah, more cookies. Cookies are good.
Because we forgot to look, Counselor Nash, at the time once at a previous meeting, I'll just note, so do you want us back at 10:13 or 10:14?
Yeah, let's make it 10:15.
10:15, see you then.
Okay, thank you. resolutions. And before we delve into that, I just want to give everybody a heads up. Councillor Foster and I have a little report that will follow under new business. If council wants to discuss the matter further, it has to do with hybrid meetings. It can be more expansive, but we want to give you an update on some of the work we've been doing. I just want to, I know you need to know how much work you have to do. I'm just letting you know that's what's in front of us over our last portion right here. So, okay. Now we are up to resolutions, and that's not it. Where is it? What's happening? Oh yeah, that is it. Okay. So we have the sponsors here. Would the sponsors like to read this into the record? Would you like me to do it? I leave it to you. What would you like to do?
We can read it into the record.
All right, cool. All right.
All right, I'll start off.
Oh, you guys are going to do it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll read it.
Okay, great.
Okay. Massachusetts City of Northampton and the City Council, February 2nd, 2023. Upon the recommendation of Councilor Jamila Gore, Councilor Garrick Perry, and Councilor Marissa Elkins. And so we must imagine a new country, reparations, by which I mean the full acceptance of our collective biography and its consequences, is the price we must pay to see ourselves squarely. The Case for Reparations, The Atlantic, June 2014, by Ta-Nehisi Coates. For when a nation founded on the belief in racial hierarchy truly rejects that belief, then and only then will we have discovered a new world. That is our destiny. To make it manifest, we must challenge ourselves to live our lives in solidarity across color, origin, and class. We must demand changes to the rules in order to disrupt the very notion that those who have more money are worth more in our democracy and our economy. Since this is that the United States is not more than the sum of its disparate parts, but it could be. And if it were, all of us would prosper. In short, we must emerge from the crisis in our republic with a new birth of freedom, rooted in the knowledge that we are so much more when we the people is not some of us, but all of us. We are greater than and greater for the sum of us. That's from The Sum of Us, What Racism Cost Everyone and How We Can Prosper Together by Heather McGee.
All right, I guess I can go. This is R23.239, resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetuated against Black residents and workers in Northampton, Massachusetts. Northampton's history of slavery and complicity in the harmful effects of post-slavery racial segregation, discrimination, and systemic racism. Whereas the enslavement of Black and Indigenous people existed in Northampton from the time of its foundation in 1654 until 1783, when the slave trade was abolished in Massachusetts. Whereas some of Northampton's most historically significant early leaders, such as Congressional Minister Jonathan Edwards, born in 1703 to 1758, were enslavers. And I'm going to read the footnote as well. During his life, Jonathan Edwards maintained one of the city's largest enslaved populations. The historical marker in downtown Northampton, commemorating his historical significance, omits any discussion of his status as a person who profited from owning other human beings. And whereas, though in the first half of the 19th century, Northampton's small population of Black residents burgeoned, in the years leading up to the Civil War, the Black community in Northampton found their freedom and safety again at stake, and were also confronted by instances of racialized violence from white residents in the area. The narrative of Sojourner Truth, a bondswoman of olden times, with history of her labors and correspondence drawn from a book of life. Leading most of Northampton's Black residents to flee the area. And that is legislation such as 1850 Fugitive Slave Act and the ruling in the 1857 Supreme Court case Dred Scott versus Sanford meant that formerly enslaved people were not safe even in the states where slavery had been abolished. In the 1850 census, there were 60 African Americans in Florence, 10% of the Florence population. 10 years later, the 1860 census found there were only 22 Black people remaining in Florence, 11 of whom were members of one family. Whereas, while the Black communities in many towns and cities in the West, Midwest, and the East Coast grew during the 20th century, as Southern Blacks migrated north to escape the racial terrorism and discrimination rampant in the Jim Crow South, Northampton remained an overwhelmingly white town. And this is from Isabel Wilkinson, details the extraordinary period of Black migration between 1950 and 1970 in her 2011 book, The Warmth of Other Suns, the epic story of America's Great Migration.
And I'll pick it up from there. Whereas Northampton's lack of diversity was entrenched by racial property covenants and racist and segregationist zoning, which had the effect of discouraging Black people from living in the city and excluding Black people who did choose to live here for most neighborhoods in the city. For example, in 1927, a new housing development was constructed on Ridgewood Terrace that contained the following provision in its property deeds, quote, that said premises shall not be sold or occupied by any colored people, end quote. Whereas the practice of private industry and financial institutions, coupled with discriminatory governmental practices in areas such as permitting and licenses in Northampton and throughout the country, prevented Black people from qualifying for loans to start businesses and buy homes in Northampton, and diminished employment opportunities in Northampton for Black people. The legacy, a city lacking in diversity and a diminution of Black community and culture. Whereas, as of the date of this resolution, Northampton Public Schools has only 9 Black professional staff members out of a total of 424, and 4 Black support staff members out of a total of 273, and the city only hired its first Black superintendent in 2022. Dr. Janelle Pearson Campbell, a Black woman, was hired as interim superintendent of Northampton Public Schools in 2022. Whereas there's never been a Black mayor in Northampton, and only 3 Black people have ever been elected to city council. Whereas there's never been a Black person appointed as chief or head of most municipal departments, including the police department, fire department, Department of Public Works, and planning department. Anthony Patillo, a Black man, served as building commissioner from 1996 until 2010. Whereas, do we want to switch off?
Yeah, I can take this.
Okay.
Whereas according to the most recent census data, only 6.5 of Northampton's population is Black or multiracial of Black descent, making Northampton far less diverse than the national average and many surrounding communities. Table P1, Race in the Census Bureau DEC Reconstructing Data, page 94 and 17, lists this population of Black or African American at 915. Among the Black and African American racial group that includes biracial individuals with 1 or more additional races other than Black or African American, the total population is 993 or 3.5%. Whereas disproportionately more Black Northampton residents are poor relative to their white neighbors. There's a note on that. 21.9% of Northampton's Black population compared to 10.1% of its white population has annual earnings below the poverty line. This poverty total applies to Black or African American alone. Racial group does not include mixed race peoples. Table S170, poverty status in the past 12 months, Census Bureau 2021 American Community Survey. Whereas persistent gaps in educational attainment continue to exist between Black Northampton residents and their white neighbors. Only 21.6% of Black Northampton residents have bachelor's degrees or above, compared to 62.9% of white community members. 2020 American Community Survey, table S1501, educational attainment. Whereas Northampton's history of protest, activism, and reform. Whereas even as Northampton's history involves slavery, racial discrimination, and systemic racism, The city also has a deep history of community centered around abolition activism that included free Black people, formerly enslaved people, and white allies who contributed greatly to the cultural and historic fabric of Northampton, particularly in the village of Florence. The Northampton Association of Education and Industry, NAEI, an abolitionist community founded in 1842 and lasting until 1846, sought to enact racial and gender equality in their community life. NAEI counted among its members African Americans David Ruggles, Sojourner Truth, and Basil Dorsey. After the dissolution of NAEI, all three brought property in Florence with the assistance of white former NAEI members.
Whereas throughout the struggle to end racial injustices in this country, Northampton residents have historically risen up in protest and activism. After the federal government passed the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, Black and white Northampton citizens gathered at the Northampton Town Hall on October 23rd, 1850, in support of and in solidarity with their formerly enslaved neighbors to express outrage. They passed resolutions to uphold the Declaration of Independence, to protect all persons of all conditions, and to repeal and prevent enforcement of the law. 170 years later, in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, thousands of people peacefully marched through the streets of Northampton to protest the epidemic of Black men being killed by the police and to demand criminal legal system reform. Whereas in the 21st century, the city has committed itself to reforming exclusionary zoning laws, developing affordable housing, and diversification of the housing market with the goal of reversing entrenched segregation and lack of diversity and making Northampton a welcoming place for all people to live, work, and learn. Whereas the city has taken steps to answer the community's call for racial justice reform by creating the Police Review Commission and acting expeditiously to enact its mandates, including establishment of the Department of Community Care. Whereas in 2020, the Northampton City Council passed R 20-107, a resolution in support of and committing to actions at the federal, state, and local level to combat the public health crisis of systemic racism, and in 2022, formed the Select Committee to study barriers to city service. Whereas, even with this history of community activism and municipal efforts, racism, racial discrimination, and systemic racism continue to exist in Northampton and its institutions, causing ongoing harm to Black people and limiting the city from achieving its goal for all of its residents. Whereas, this history of slavery and racism in this country and in Northampton fundamentally harmed the physical, emotional, social, and economic well-being of enslaved people and continues to harm their descendants. Be it resolved that the Northampton City Council, by and through this resolution, acknowledges that by its past actions and legislation, it entrenched segregation, discrimination, and systemically racist outcomes in areas such as zoning, housing, licensing, and business development. By enacting and perpetuating these laws and policies, the council harmed Black people who lived and worked in the city of Northampton and impoverished the city by preventing the establishment and growth of Black community and culture.
Be it resolved, the Northampton City Council apologizes for its roles in these past harms and commits itself to continuing to reform city ordinances and policies within its purview that perpetuate historic and present racial injustices, and to consider all future legislation and policies through a lens of racial equity. Be it further resolved that a joint mayoral city council commission consisting of at least 50% of Black community members be established to study racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents, workers, and students in Northampton historically and currently. And the consider what initiatives should be funded and implemented by the city to support redress and fair treatment for Black people who live, work, and learn in this community. And B, examine ways to restore and grow and nourish Black community and culture in Northampton for future generations. Be it further resolved that the commission should issue an oral and published report of its findings to the mayor and city council.
I'm going to go first, and I just want to say thank you to the sponsors. As the council president, I've been aware of the work and time that you've put into this over the last several months, and I really appreciate the what is it? This is an extremely thoughtful piece of legislation, and that it has an open heart to it, and that it strikes the tone that we need in order to have this discussion. There were harms, but it also recognizes what is good about our community, and it shows us a way forward. And I'm very much blown away by the work that you guys have pulled off. And also I want to recognize the reparations committee in the community for doing its work, and that sometimes it doesn't look like we're listening, but we really are. And I just got to say that this is the best resolution I've seen in council during my 7 years. So I'm very just deeply impressed and moved by this. So thank you. One other thing I want to say is that I want to thank the electorate of Northampton, the people of Northampton. They elected this council, and this council, unlike other councils, has the diversity of representation to adequately take this discussion on. And I want to recognize both my Black colleagues on council, Councillor Gore and Councillor Perry, for their willingness and their courage to bring this forward. And I'm going to say I'm 100% with you guys tonight, and Northampton did a great job in the last election, and putting this particular group, majority women, 2 people of color, and we have the people to have this discussion, and we're ready to do it. So thank you. Councillor Gore.
I just want to say I'm also thankful to the Northampton electorate for electing me for this position, and thankful to the Northampton Reparations Committee for bringing this forward to our attention, and thankful to all the people who were supportive in public comment. It really is nice to hear that. And I think, it starts at the local level, and I think that we have an opportunity here to be on the forefront of things when it comes to redressing these harms done. And I think someone in public comment said we can have the creativity and courage to kind of be at the forefront of change on this. And I think that we're the kind of city that can do that for sure. And we've done it in many other areas as well. So I think this is one area where we can really be on the forefront of things and put ourselves on the map as far as reparations goes, because it has happened in other places already, as we know, in our neighboring town of Amherst. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Northampton can do.
Councillor Perry.
Well, thank you. I also want to extend my thanks and gratitude for the many people who were a part of making this happen. I'll save my chance to wax poetic once we take a vote, but I just have to say that when I first came to this area over 25 years ago, I came to Amherst, and I never could have imagined being in this position. I came here from the Maryland, DC area. DC is affectionately known as Chocolate City. And I remember my grandmother, when I was deciding to move here, I had a fear that I was going to the whitest place she could ever imagine. And then I see myself here presenting this resolution, and it warms my heart. I want to say that representation matters. And as one of only 3 Black people to have ever served on Northampton City Council, I feel honored to have the chance to bring this forward. And as a father of 2 biracial children, I am proud to present this because I'm excited at what this means for the future of Northampton. Again, I want to salute everyone from the Reparations Committee who worked, whether it was Tom and Sarah and Andrea, Carolyn, and John. I'm just very thankful for this, and I'm glad that Northampton did speak out and elect this city council. I've enjoyed watching us go over a lot of very tough and difficult issues that affect our city, and this is one. And I'm glad that we are finally able to kind of wrestle with this. So thank you, Northampton.
Councillor Elkins.
Yes, thank you. I want to be brief. It's already been a long night, and also I think I also want to thank the Northampton Reparations Committee. I was invited by Councilors Gore and Perry to join this effort relatively late in their process, but I'm honored to have been asked and to be able to participate. I thank them very much for allowing me to join in this effort. And I thank the Northampton Reparations Committee for the work that they've done and outreach to the work in their own committee, and then their outreach to the community. And a good deal of what is in this resolution is, came from work and information that they provided us. And so though I joined this resolution and this effort on this resolution relatively late or relatively recently, I've been a long time student of this issue and as a history student. And the only thing I want to say tonight and just note is that as we were putting together this sort of historical timeline and thinking about what the harm has been and what its effect on Northampton has been, and of course on the individual Black people who have lived in Northampton in the past and left Northampton in the past or who never came here, the thing that I was really struck by was the absence, the diminution of the Black community, the opportunities, the times and the points in history when there could have been an opportunity for that community to grow and be a richer part of the culture and history of Northampton. But because of first slavery and then the effects the effects in our role and the complicity and other practices that meant that the city fully participated in many of the practices and things and systemic racism that meant we just don't have that community that we could have had. And I have been really struck by Heather McGee's book, The Sum of Us, where she talks about how the idea of racial equity and ideas of reparation, that it's not a zero-sum game, that we are all enriched when we work to reverse these historic patterns and injustices and harms. And that, as one of our commenters said, it's that white people are hurt too when we diminish our communities in this way. So I don't want to say too much at this point beyond to say I'm very grateful that I've had the opportunity to participate in this. I'm eager to see what a commission will come up with and what the what we can do going forward. But I think it's also really important that we grapple as a majority overwhelmingly white city, with what it means and how we got to be that way, and how it was very much, not an accident. And what that means going forward in terms of how we make reparations, how we deal with that. So again, I'm just so honored and pleased to be able to participate in this way, to join my colleagues in this way. And I look forward to talking about this more at our next meeting when we vote on it.
Counselor Foster, and then Counselor Maori.
I'll be very brief. Just wanted to actually echo Counselor Nash's point. Counselors, I agree. This is the best resolution I've seen in council. Very, very powerful. And I appreciate that it includes, the clause of the ways that past city councils have directly contributed to past harms, and a recognition of that. It's very powerful, very important. And I'm very, very grateful that you're here to bring this forward, that you're my colleagues on council, and that your work has brought us to this very public, very important discussion. Thank you very much for that. And I have received, a whole bunch of emails, and every single one of them has been in support of this idea. And it is, I think, Councillor Elkins, to your point as well, that the lack of diversity in Northampton is actually a direct result of past practice. And it's a very important one. And to consider what we would gain as a community, not only of grappling with past harms, but then using that information to chart a path forward with a bigger tent and a bigger umbrella that's deeply meaningful, based on awareness and intentionality around redressing past practices. So that was a awkward twist of phrases, but I hope that my point on that is clear. And just to put out there, and I think it's important that we start with the 30,000-foot view and discussion of the resolution. And so I want to put my support behind it. And then, like all things, the challenge then is into the details of how we make this happen. And so I'm committed to working alongside all of you to work on that piece as well. But I really appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, really beautifully, eloquently written resolution. It was a pleasure to read, and it was really impactful. And so thank you very much to the sponsors for taking this on. It can feel overwhelming, I'm sure, but you did it, and we're here. And thank you also to the committee. I'm just really proud to be a part of this council and be part of this community right now. To me, this is pretty crystal clear. Without proactive repair and apology, we will keep finding ourselves stuck as a nation, as a city, and on a deep psychic personal level. We will be wallowing in the loss that we felt this week, loss of life, loss of friendships never made, and relationships never built, and lives never fully realized. And so, as our commenters beautifully said, this liberation, it's a liberation from a continuing legacy of being terribly harmed and doing terrible harm. And so this healing, it offers equal healing for all of us. And I'm very excited to see where we can go as well.
Counselor Labarge, and then Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. I want to be very, very honest with the three sponsors. I think this is a very, very thoughtful resolution. And it was time that something like this comes forth. I want to also thank the Reparation Committee. And I want to thank Jamila Gore, Garrett Perry, and Marissa Elkins for all the hard work putting into this resolution, working along with the Reparation Committee. I just think that this is a very, very powerful resolution. And I think once that they form their commission and we get a report on it, I think we will see a difference in our city of Northampton. And it's time for this to come forth. And I have to say, I am not a Black person, but I am Greek and Portuguese. And my family's been through something terrible, terrible. And I want this to move on, and we need to have everybody working together in the city. We need to have everybody be able to have a good education in this city, no matter who you are. And that's my thoughts about this, and that everybody should be treated equally. And you know, this history here is unbelievable. And I think we're learning from this. And I think there's a lot of value in what we have been reading today. So anyways, I want to thank the 3 counselors and also the Reparation Commission for working on this very powerful resolution. It's time.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur. It's a very well crafted resolution. Like many of us, I met with the members of the Northampton Reparations Committee, and I just appreciate your work in making this, the work that they did and making this into a resolution. So I remember various public forums, I think it was 2018, 2019, where this issue was brought up, and people didn't know what to say to it. I think it was almost taboo at that time to consider it. And we've moved forward thanks to many people raising the issue, and I think we're ready as a community to consider it. So I appreciate that progress. I've received much support from my constituents. I have received some concerns, and that many of them are about the other groups that may be deserving of this approach as well. And I really appreciated in the public comment about how this can be a model for how we can look at harms that other groups have suffered. So this is something that we can build on. I do note that we're putting in a resolution to create a joint mayoral city council mayoral commission, and we don't have the authority to do that. So I do want to make sure that the mayor is on board with this, and maybe we could hear from her before the next meeting, so that our resolution actually we can actually do what we are saying. Thanks.
Counselor Labarge, and well, if the mayor wants to say something, she's free to, but I'll go to Counselor Labarge if I don't see her hand raised.
I mean, I'm happy to, I was giving council, it's your resolution, so I was giving counselors the opportunity to speak first.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Okay, Counselor Labarge, and then, well, actually, let's do Counselor Moulton, then Counselor Labarge, because he hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilors Gore, Perry, and Elkins for this very, very detailed and very moving resolution. For me, a white person who's lived and worked in Northampton now for 47 years, it's been a real journey to understand and confront the history of our community and the slavery that existed here. And I also want to credit certainly the Reparations Committee, but Historic Northampton, as was mentioned in the public comment, has done a phenomenal project that really puts a face and names with people who were enslaved here. And I attended their presentation on January 12th, and the 3 years of just very painstaking research using municipal and church records, and of course dealing with a marginalized community. It made it all the more difficult to really identify those people who were enslaved here. And this is an opportunity for us as a community to understand that history and to learn from that history, and to have, I think, meaningful ways of redressing the harms that, as others have said, can be a can be a model not only for us to follow in other areas, but a model for other communities. And I think the formation of a commission there's a logical next step, which I am fully supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I think Counselor Labarge, then Counselor Foster.
When I was reading the names on this resolution and thinking of all the years as a city councilor, I have never seen an African-American as a department head, except for Tony Patillo, who I have and my family become very, very close. Even after he retired, we're still close. And I'm amazed with that, because I have not seen that happen, period. I just wanted to bring that out. And he even told me himself, he had some hard times of him working in the city of Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Foster.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up briefly to Counselor Jarrett's point, that as I know the mayor is here and can pop on and can speak for herself in her office, but if there is a need to hammer out details between the mayor's office and council, or to explore this further, I'd be glad to see this in city services, to have that opportunity as well for committee work. So if that's needed, that's what I was alluding to before. It's always down in the how to. So if that's needed, that's a referral that we could consider making tonight.
Thank you, Counselor.
You all waiting for me on that?
Mayor, you, if you would like to speak, you can have the floor.
I wasn't sure if there were any other counselors who wanted to speak. I just was noticing silence and wanted to make sure you weren't waiting on an answer from me. To what you were just saying, Counselor Foster. So the model that I have for this is the Northampton Policing Review Commission. And that was worked out between me and Mayor Narkowitz. So I'm not sure that it's necessary, but I don't know of another, that's how that process happened, was that we sort of brought that that forward.
Counselor Foster.
Would it be okay to ask the sponsors for how they what they envision proceeding with for that?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I do too.
So sponsors, how would you like to proceed around speaking with the mayor's office on how to jointly proceed?
I guess we can just go to the mayor's office.
Well, I guess what we're asking is there's different ways we can do this. The sponsors can reach out to the mayor. You also have a president and vice president of council who could also meet with the mayor on behalf of this legislation. And I'm looking to the sponsors as to how they think is the best way to proceed.
Well, I welcome any opportunity to work on any project with the mayor's office. So I feel that while thank you, Council President and Vice President, for the offer to be the liaison, I feel that maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I feel like me and my co-sponsors would relish the opportunity to discuss that.
Councilor Foster.
First housekeeping, Laura, do you mind making Councilor Elkins a co-host again? But then Councilor Perry, I think that's kind of what I was getting at, of looking at representation on this Zoom. I would love to see the co-sponsors be involved in the setup and that for your involvement in bringing it forward and for your leadership and for representation. I think that makes a lot of sense. So that's kind of where I was trying to get with that. And with all of our support or my support in any way as Council VP that I can be supportive, happy to do. But I'd like to follow your lead co-sponsors.
I think Marissa's trying to, Councilor Elkins is trying to
you know
talk.
what?
Yeah.
She's in two places. I'm looking at the baseball and she's down at the bottom of my gallery. Councilor Elkins, go right ahead.
It's part of my magic. I guess I just sort of raised my hand to share that there was a moment where Councilor Perry, Gore, and I, when we were crafting this, some procedural question came up about, what do we do? And we all kind of looked at each other and thought, we are the least likely, we're the new people. So I am open to, speaking for myself, we're happy to have any guidance from our more tenured colleagues about putting this together and next steps. So.
Can I wait? So I'm delighted to set up a meeting with the sponsors and start working on this with the three of you, if that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and as the council president, I think this is a great plan. My policy's been to spread the power around, and you guys are asserting leadership and power here. So the mayor's willing to talk, and she's got a smile on her face, and I suggest having that meeting. So
could I take a moment to just talk a little bit more? Is that okay?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So I very much want to thank the sponsors for this. I had spoken to Councilor Perry about this quite a while ago. And the work that has been done in that interim and what has been created here is really quite remarkable. So it's truly very beautiful. And yeah, as I just indicated, I'm very happy to work with the council on this going forward. I would like, if it's okay, I want to take kind of a moment to recognize something that, fully recognizing that the three of you were not in the previous council, but if it's okay, I'd like to recognize some work that Councilor Thorpe, former Councilor Thorpe, had done. Yeah. That isn't referenced here, but so the resolution R20-107, resolution in support of and committing to actions at the federal, state, and local level to combat the public health crisis of systemic racism, is referenced in this resolution. That was sponsored by former councilors Dwight and Thorpe and myself, and so it was lovely to see that here. I also want to just talk about some additional work that came out of that resolution, which was every 5 years per our charter, we do an ordinance review. And the ordinance, it was coming up around the time when we were doing ordinance review, around when we created that resolution. And that ordinance review committee that was appointed, which includes two counselors who are still here, which is Councilor Labarge and Councilor Nash, in addition to Councilor Thorpe, who was the chair of that group, and two citizens, Megan Peck and Jeff Napolitano. They, in taking on that ordinance review that has happened periodically, but this time in reviewing all of our ordinances, they took on a special charge from that resolution, which was, there's a section in there that talks about our obligation to advance racial equity by undoing the inequalities found in law, and to proactively pass ordinances and make budget decisions that address inequality. And so from that, they took on a special charge in their review to look at all of our ordinances through that lens and try and find bias in them. So I hope it's okay. I just want to acknowledge that work that group did, and particularly that was chaired by Councilor Thorpe, who was the first person of color to serve on the city council. So so thank you for letting me give that acknowledgement. And again, thank you so much for everyone who worked on this, and just the truly beautiful job that the sponsors have done with it. Thanks.
Mayor, I will follow up with you tomorrow, and we will add it to the resolution for final passage.
Thank you. And Councilor Elkins had reached out and had asked for my sort of recollections of works that had been done. And this is, I need to take some responsibility that I have been so busy preparing for this meeting for the last 2 days that I wasn't able to give you sort of what I had remembered. And this was just one of those pieces that that wasn't in there, but everything else is really, it's just really well done.
So it sounds like a meeting's going to happen around discussing some key details here. And that Councilor Foster mentioned the idea of referring this to city services. But with that meeting still yet to happen, and it could change some of the things that would be reflected in a version that we would want to send to committee. Councilor Foster, I'm thinking that maybe that meeting needs to happen, and then there will be a more refined draft for the next reading. And yeah, and I'm not, but the idea of sending it to committee to actually having the opportunity to get more public input is also a good idea. So so I'm kind of on the fence on that. Councilor Foster.
I can jump in. I was offering city services as a landing place for that kind of conversation, but I think it makes sense for the mayor and the co-sponsors to meet. And city services, we're meeting on Monday and then wouldn't meet again until March, actually. So that gives lots of time if we do want to go back to a referral for public input, or, you know, if there's other pieces that would need to be a part of a plan. But I was just offering that as a landing place for the discussion, and it sounds like the mayor's office is the landing place for that discussion. So that works well.
Okay. Councilor Elkins. Are you muted?
Yeah, she is.
The live Marissa needs to be a co-host.
Yeah, I think the baseball Marissa does not need to be a co-host any longer. I was just going to say, it was our hope that we would pass the resolution this month because it's Black History Month. And so I can't tell if
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute. I was trying to unmute you and I put a silly face up. I'm just laughing at myself.
Okay, I was like, so funny. I guess I was just gonna say, we were hoping to pass the resolution this month because it's Black History Month. And so I'm just wondering if I wouldn't I didn't necessarily imagine that the sort of formation of it needed to go into the resolution, if that couldn't be enacted through another measure or sort of separately. If we want to refer it to somebody someplace between now and the next meeting, do we have a community resources meeting, Garrick? Counselor Perry?
Not before the next city council meeting.
So I guess I would leave it to you all if there's someplace you want to refer it, but it was our hope that we would pass it this month.
Counselor Foster.
I may have stumbled a bit over my words. I don't want to hold it up by having it go to a committee. That's just an option. Should that be something, a place, as Councilor Nash mentioned, more public input. So that was my intent, of not to hold it up.
Okay.
Councilor Maori.
I'm just trying to remember what the Policing Review Commission, did we have a resolution and then we later voted on? I know we vote on a resolution and then later.
Well, so we voted on a resolution that was crafted by the mayor and the council president at that time, the mayor now, and they had an agreement as to how to proceed forward. And I think what just transpired is in this meeting is a meeting is going to occur to figure out that way forward. And that, so I'm guessing that in 2 weeks, we will have the answer as to the partnership between the mayor and city council and moving forward.
And then that could be brought back to council for, I don't know, for an update or.
Well, I think that aspect would be included in the resolution around.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
How they might want to move forward. So I'm guessing at this point in 2 weeks, we're going to see a resolution that has some of the question marks addressed, and it'll be much more. I mean, it's already terrific, but I think we're going to see some of the next steps better identified. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, I want to apologize to the sponsors. I spoke before the sponsors. You guys so moved me. I went right out of turn.
Have another cookie.
Yeah, that's it. I needed cookies.
I know.
So, any more discussion on the resolution? Okay. Hearing none. The item 22.239, resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton, will appear on our next agenda on February 16th. Next on the agenda is new business, and we know it's late, and I think Councilor Foster and I had a backup plan, which is we're just going to report to you real quick. And so the governor's order to allowing us to meet remotely like this it's due to expire in April. And with that in mind, Councilor Foster and I have been having discussions along with Laura as to, okay, if that does happen, are we going to be prepared to hold what would be expected as hybrid meetings from April forward? And so one of the things that we are talking about doing is in March, having our 2 March council meetings be in hybrid format, and that and so we can we can work to get some of the work out some of the details before it's imposed upon us, which may be happening or may not be happening. But the idea is let's do the homework in March so we're prepared and we hit the ground running should we need to go to a hybrid format. That's part of the reason we were over at East Hampton City Council last night to observe what how they handle things. And for March, we may want to implement some of those ideas, which is they have a requirement of having 5 counselors present in the room, and the other 4 can be remote. But Counselor Foster and I also started having a discussion with Javier Luengo Garrido with the ACLU about, well, hold it, what is the bigger picture of what does this council want moving forward? And I want to say that I really stand behind the idea that for several counselors, the need to be remote is part of, if we didn't have this remote option, I think for a number of counselors, it would be really difficult, if not maybe impossible, depending on, you know, what's going on with folks' families. And so I'm a big proponent of that continuing. In fact, I'm really comfortable with this format. This is the only one I've done. But I do think that it would be good for us to start to talk about what it is we would really like, because the governor and the legislature are going to make a decision, and that if we can coalesce behind an idea of what we want, we can craft a resolution and send it off to the governor and our representatives to say, this is what we want. We may not get what we want, but we have an opportunity right now to weigh in on that. The other thing is that it allows us taking the other thing is, right now I've just been talking about counselors, but the other important matter is for us to consider the public, for the public, you know, being able to remotely Zoom into a meeting, it's been terrific. It's really increased the number of people showing up, but also for some, there still is that barrier of they may not have the equipment to do this stuff like we do. And that for some people, being able to go to a location to meet with the body and speak. Last night when Karen and I were at East Hampton, there were 2 other people in the room who spoke for public comment. And they could have been at home, but they chose to be there. So that's the other piece we need to figure in, is like what matches our values in terms of what we deliver to the public, and what and also what's going to work for this council to be able to perform the way it's been able to perform, with, you know, some of you needing to be remote. So that is the update. And Councilor Foster, did I miss anything?
No, I don't think you did. The only piece I'll add to that update is that it's on the agenda for city services on Monday under new business to consider that piece around public participation. To just sort of start to have the conversation or think about how we could holistically approach that conversation about ensuring public participation. The remote public participation we have, but as you mentioned, members of the public who would need access to technology or a space in order to participate. So we'll pick this ball up on Monday. But otherwise, I would say you covered that pretty well.
Thank you. Nice teaming up with you on it. So that's our update. We don't have to discuss anything more, and I can tell by the looks on everybody's faces that people are ready for bed. But let's continue this conversation. It's important for not only this council, but for the next council. You know, the rules that we're going to make around this will impact the next council. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Councilor Jarrett.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps this could be on the agenda as a discussion for the next meeting, just so we're not running afoul of any open meeting laws, and we can have a discussion about it.
Excellent. We will do that.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Maori, seconded by Councilor Perry. Laura, roll call, please.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Councilor LaPlante.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Good work tonight, council. Sleep well.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.